A very good morning to everyone. I suppose that we are already 10 minutes behind schedule, so we'll start as soon as possible. Right? At the behest, I'll ask our Dean, Professor Anand, to felicitate our guest for today, our panelists for today with a shawl. Professor Jagdish Krishnaswamy.
Thank you so much, sir.
Could we have a round of applause? Thank you so much, sir. Our next panelist is Mr. Tarun. Mr. Tarun Nair. And the last panelist is Mr. Shashank. So we'll remove it as well. Okay. Without further ado, we'll start the session. It's our second day of our panel discussion, and I really wish that the weather that is outside reflects the weather inside the moot court as well. And the discussions that we had yesterday opened our minds to a very nuanced, a very niche area that needs to be discussed, that needs to be understood, and it cannot be better than the panelists that we have today. I'll very formally introduce our panelists. I'll try to introduce because the work that they are doing, it's almost impossible to put it in words. Professor Jagdish Krishnaswamy, he's the Dean, School of Environment and Sustainability, Indian Institute of Human Settlement in Bangalore. He is the schools and he leads the school's strategic development, expanding its academic, research and practice portfolios. He has a BTech in Civil Engineering from IIT Bombay and an MS in Statistics and Decision Sciences. He also has a PhD in Environment Science from Duke University. His expertise spans all across eco-hydrology, landscape ecology and biodiversity. These words are very fancy to me, sir. I hope to learn a lot about these. His research has focused on the impacts of extreme weather and climate change on ecosystems all across India, USA, Costa Rica, and Africa. Dr. Krishnaswamy has played a very significant role in the IPCC Special Report on Land and Climate. He has served and as a coordinating lead author for its synthesis chapter. He has contributed to the IPCC's summary for urban policymakers, highlighting the urban implications of climate change. His current work presently includes developing India's first long-term urban ecological observatory at the IIHS Kangeri campus, where sir is a dean, and it focuses on the intersections of food, water, and biodiversity in urban environments. Can you join to welcome Professor Jagdish Krishnaswamy? Our second panelist for today is Mr. Tarun Nair. He is from Wildlife Conservation Trust. Mr. Tarun Nair is a conservation biologist with an affinity for crocodilians and rivers. It's a good ultimate combination. His work has largely focused on understanding the conservation needs of ghadials. I hope ghadials is Hindi for crocodiles, if I am correct. In northern central India, particularly along the Chambal, Son and Gandak rivers. He is also interested in human-wildlife interactions, conservation philosophy, policy, and human impact on wildlife and ecosystems. His first chance to work with wildlife came immediately after high school, if I am correct. Opting out of formal education, he has spent the next 3 years as a wildlife rescue and rehabilitation volunteer. And as we say that life finds a way, when he has opted for senior secondary or higher education, he found himself back to he found himself very luckily back to a place where he did his higher secondary school. The campus was adjacent to a reserved forest, I suppose. He has completed his graduation through an open university while still staying involved with the conservation related work. Soon after, he has an MSc in wildlife biology and conservation, which helped him pursue a career in conservation biology as a part of WCT's conservation research vertical. Now he works on otter and hydrology project in the Satpura Tiger Reserve in Madhya Pradesh. Can we welcome Professor Tarun Nair? Lastly, on the panel, we have Mr. Shashank Pandey. He's a research fellow at Vidhi Center for Public Policy. Vidhi is a very, I'll say it's widely talked about policy think tank in India, and he's currently a research fellow at Vidhi. He works with climate and ecosystem team, wherein he focuses on legal and policy issues related to current government measures around climate and environment. Prior to joining Vidhi, Shashank has worked as a LAMP. So we know that it's a legislative assistant to the member of parliament, where he has also drafted 2 private member bills. He has also been a Javed Abidi fellow for NCP EDP, wherein he has worked on issues related to inclusivity and accessibility, which is something that is very commendable. His work as a Javed Abidi fellow primarily focused on exclusion of disabled people from the political landscape. And he likes to write on multiple policy-related issues, and his articles have regularly featured across platforms. Shashank also is a graduate from Dr. Ram Manohar Lohia. It means that he's a lawyer by heart. Can we welcome Mr. Shashank as well? So we'll just kick off the session by, since we had a discussion in the panel yesterday, and my area of expertise would be constitutional law and food security, but the presentations that we had yesterday, the discussions that we had yesterday, I went back home. I did a little bit of research on flood management, on the effects of flood that it has on ecology. So that's something that I have written. I'll try to introduce you. You can correct me if I'm wrong. Flooding is increasingly, it's recognized as a global threat. So we can definitely say that it's a global threat. And there are factors which have a driving rise in its frequency and severity. The other question would be that climate change, urbanization, and land use. It kind of aquatic systems. Moreover, what long-term risks do we face when essential ecosystems, services like pollination and soil fertility are compromised, right? So the theme of the panel that we have today is floods and ecosystems, and how do we have sustainable strategies for an integrated management. The first point of discussion would be understanding flood dynamics and food plain management. It's a question to Dr. Jagdish Krishnaswamy. Sir, how can integrated water management systems be developed to reduce flood risks?
Yeah, just to set the context, floods are part of, natural part of most large river ecosystems. They've been, that's the important function of a river, to flood periodically and to deposit sediment, nutrients. It also allows for exchange of biota between floodplain wetlands and the river. It rejuvenates the floodplain productivity, fisheries. So there's a flood pulse concept where after some major floods every some years, you actually have a peak in the productivity of the floodplain ecosystem. So, but we have now seen that people have occupied floodplains, and we have built human settlements in a space which is going to be shifting in terms of the margins between water and land. It's a very dynamic landscape, but we have, in many cases, decided to have very permanent structures in floodplain areas. So that's one problem. So that floodplains, we have to recognize that sometimes, you know, you may have a false sense of complacency where for many years you will not have the floodwaters reaching a particular place, but over a period of time there will be some event which will where the floodwaters are going to be occupying a large part of the floodplain. Having said that, we have of course modified the hydrology of many rivers, and plus now we have this the climate change is changing the rainfall dynamics as well. So what we have been doing with our dams and reservoirs is that we have modified the flood regime. We've completely constrained the dry season flow. We have trapped a lot of sediment in reservoirs. So, and then of course, sediment does get deposited, does get released from reservoirs and all. But we have modified floodplain ecosystems in a very major way. So most of apart from the Brahmaputra basin, which is still undergoing development, in the Indo-Gangetic plains, we have many of our rivers have either a barrage or a dam, either upstream or in the foothills. So we are speaking about a regulated river regime now. It's no longer a near natural river regime. And we have also done other things like building embankments and other types of hydrologic modifications, some of which have seem to serve some purpose for some years, but then it actually generates a whole set of other problems, as we have seen in the Kosi and other places. So we need to have a completely relook at how we are going to be developing or sustaining human livelihoods in a floodplain ecosystem with more nimble infrastructure, a complete redesign of how we are managing water resources upstream and downstream. And it will require a lot of adjustments and changes in key sectors that are linked to water, which includes agriculture, of course, water use in agriculture, and also the type of cities and settlements that we can safely have in a floodplain area. I think that we need to have some more nimble type of infrastructure. We have to look forward to some very difficult times in terms of climate change impacts. And therefore, I think this is the right time to completely put away all the textbook work that we used to study for many decades. And because this is a completely new set of situations that have arisen, we built dams and reservoirs. They were required. They solved a lot of our problems. But we have now had about 50 to 60 years of experience of how dams and reservoirs have actually performed in terms of either flood control or in terms of providing the benefits that they were originally designed for. And we have learned some hard lessons. I think that the way in which we are managing our dams and reservoirs and barrages also needs complete, in some sense, we have to get back to the drawing books again. So that I'll just end here as this set of opening remarks. Yeah.
I'll extend the question to Mr. Tarun. I've picked up a few key points. It would be permanent settlement, it would be development, and the very infamous climate change. So these three variables are, the discourse is going all across the world. How do we see development or permanent development for that matter with respect to the recent climate change?
Now, yeah. So before going specifically answering that, I'll just again set the context to floods and how we think of floods in larger society. And for that, I expect to quote somebody. So I'm just going to read my opening statement. Yeah, pardon me for that. So, and this is given the topic of discussion. And I'm also paraphrasing George Chapman from 1654. I submit that rivers are being defamed for doing deeds of nature. I'm ashamed. The law is such an ass. Now, before you consider prosecuting me, please consider my humble submission. And I pray that you will come to my defense instead. I'll explain the context here. So as a society, we've come to regard floods as a mere disaster, something to be controlled and defeated. And one idea that has captured the nation's fancy is the Interlinking of Rivers project, precisely with the belief that floods and droughts can be managed and controlled and mitigated simply by linking rivers and transferring water across basins. And all the while ignoring the environmental, social, economic, and political complexities that govern this monstrous proposal. So the major criticism of the interlinking of rivers concerns the loss of forests and biodiversity by the construction of canals and reservoirs, the displacement of people, seismic hazards, and developments, particularly in the Himalayan component. And also it also means a disruption of hydrological cycles, saline ingress due to the loss of natural flows, and so on. And the interlinking project will also require at least about 28 lakh hectares of land, about 1 lakh hectares of forest land, and displace at least 15 lakh people across the board. And other criticisms include socioeconomic viability, the challenge of resource mobilization, geopolitical constraints, and so on. Yet, the Supreme Court of India, through cautionary legislation out the window, 2012 direction, directing the central government to implement the interlinking of the rivers project. And I must take you back to a commentary by the late Ramaswamy Iyer in 2012, who alarmingly noted the Supreme Court's encroachment into the executive domain. Typically, a project is examined by various governmental agencies and is expected to be compliant with extant policies and guidelines. First, such a decision is not the prerogative of the judiciary, but that of the executive. And with that order, the Supreme Court, in a sense, had no business indulging in what he called his role play and impersonating the executive. So while the court might believe it is being proactive, this attempt at bulldozing legislative procedure is simply a case of judicial bullying. So not only is this worrying and contrary to the Supreme Court's responsibility to be being non-partisan and unprejudiced, especially because there are several different opposing views to a project such as the interlinking of rivers. But it also exposes the Supreme Court's ignorance on a matter of prodigious public risk and disregard for opposing views on the project. And second, the surmise that the interlinking of rivers will provide flood and drought relief simply by transferring water from flood-prone areas to drought or deficit areas, flood deficit areas, is very simplistic and suspect. And again, as Dr. Iyer observed, rivers are not human artifacts. They're natural phenomena, integral components of ecological systems and closely linked to the cultural, social, economic, and spiritual lives of communities concerned. So they're not pipelines to be cut, turned around, welded, and rejoined, which is what the project supposes to do. The term national water grid, like the term networking of rivers, is evidence of profoundly wrong thinking about rivers. Underlying it is the old hubristic idea of the conquest of nature and the subduing of nature. And this is what we must challenge. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Tarun. I'll further extend the question and I'll try to add something to it as well, since I've heard judicial activism, I've heard the important role that the judiciary, at least for India, when it comes to environmental jurisprudence, the Supreme Court of India has played a very important role. So my question would be to Mr. Shashank, what exactly would you say are the challenges in implementing such a framework where we see both development and climate change, mitigating climate change would be a better way to put forward. So how do we, what exactly would be the challenge to have a harmonious construction between the two?
Thank you so much. As a disclaimer, I'm overwhelmed by sitting between the two luminaries and feel out of place, and also among the audience. So I'll try to answer that, and I'll do that by giving a very contemporary example, which was the this year judgment in M.K. Ranjit Singh, developed by Supreme Court, which said that right against adverse effect of climate change is a fundamental right unrecognized under Article 21, which is of dignity, and Article 14, which is of non-discrimination. Incidentally, that judgment related to the preservation of the habitat of Great Indian Bustard. Now, that ruling had no place in that judgment because the thing that you were asked to do, which was the preservation of habitat of 100 odd birds that are left in India, you didn't do that. You constituted an expert committee and said that they will determine the implication and logistics, etc. And go on to recognize a right, which in on practicality is only will be on paper. And why I say that is, you are saying that right against adverse effect of climate change. Now we have to understand the adverse effects of climate change. Everything and anything happening in India, including the heavy rainfall that happened few days back in Chennai, could be contributed or attributed to a changing pattern of rainfall, which is again attributed to climate change pattern. How do you link that rights of community or an individual to an incident? Who are going to be the party who are going to repair for the damages, and what are the ambit of rights and liabilities of either parties, be it the government, be it the people? So this is one of the recent instances wherein you will see that that these rights only exist on paper. They won't be happening on the ground because they are literally impossible to implement or enforce. And that is the underlying problem when Supreme Court or our judiciary is handling cases related to climate change. Because people or academicians have argued that climate litigation is going to be the new form of evolution or revolution that's going to hit Indian judiciary soon, which is happening in other jurisdiction. Something similar to PIL we had. So if the flawed understanding that Supreme Court right now has in terms of what are the the aspects of climate change which it can delve into, it's just that whenever those climate litigation which this judgment is going to prompt are going to come before the courts, the ruling are again going to be going into the directions which scientifically doesn't look robust. And when I was working on the judgment after it was declared, and in my limited engagement with scientists, you'll see that the first thing that they point is that the judgment has no scientific bearing, either on the ratio that they have provided of having a committee for preservation of great Indian bustard, because they could very well have had a ruling, and also the right that they have recognized. So I think the scientific acumen that's required right now at highest level of judiciary, I'm not talking about NGT because that has a separate set of problems. The highest judiciary, be it High Court and Supreme Court, we don't right now have the understanding of what's gonna be the implication of climate change, and climate change is an overarching subject. We don't have a limited understanding of even the habitat and ecosystem. So I'll end there.
So later in the discussion, we'll see whether it transcends the boundaries of judiciary and it goes into the other organs as well. This ignorance of, or rather a choosed ignorance of climate change, not understanding, not going forward with the literature, not understanding climate change at what exactly is happening at the global level. India seems to be struggling currently with climate change. Moving to the second aspect of discussion, what exactly would be the roles of ecosystems in the mitigation of flood risks? So can there be nature-based solutions that can be integrated into the existing flood management strategies? It's a question to Dr. Jagdish.
So historically, we have had lots of traditional water systems in floodplains, and these wetlands have been managed over a long period of time. Different types of institutions, not all of them, democratic or whatever. But we have had a history of floodplain wetland management. We have lots of human-managed wetlands with multiple uses, and across the country. And when we want to rethink how we should be developing economies in floodplain areas, then we have to borrow some good ideas that we have from traditional systems, but then also combine it with alternative ways of managing our dams and barrages. And so that, I think, that combination of changing the way in which we are regulating the hydrology of rivers, as well as how we are using floodplains, whether it's in terms of fisheries or in terms of agriculture, in terms of grasslands. I think that they all have a role to play. So what we have done is basically change the way in which freshwater, nutrients, and sediment have been moving across space and time. That's basically what we have done through our hydrologic regulation. And it's not going to be easy to change that. So we can start thinking about how sediment, for example, which may be required for the rejuvenation of floodplains, how do we start bringing it from upstream, wherever it's accumulated upstream of dams. The one problem we have in India is that many of our dams don't have lower level sluices, which would enable sediment to be managed during in certain ways, but there are other ways in which that can be done. So that is definitely one aspect. When we talk about, I think you refer to nature-based solutions. So nature-based solution is a new term which has come, but basically it's using ecological processes and mechanisms, either through conservation or restoration of ecosystems, and using it to solve some problem. So in the case of floodplains, floods, or pollution and things like that, those are issues. Then wetlands can play a very important role. Wetlands, as long as they're not overwhelmed by the load of polluted water and contaminants, they can actually help filter quite a bit. So many of our floodplains are now abutting urban settlements, cities, towns. So there is a lot of wastewater which is being generated. That wastewater needs to be recycled. One is the conventional sewage treatment plants are going to be fairly expensive, so but some investment on that. But also in then having some of that the treated wastewater from cities and towns being used for rejuvenation of constructed wetlands, and then that will also help improve the water quality. So I think there is some movement along these lines. So for example, Bengaluru now, which of course imports water from the Kaveri, and then basically what do cities do? We take clean water from groundwater and from nearby rivers, sometimes in another basin, and we convert it into black water, into highly polluted water. And so it's a resource that, if it's treated, can be very useful. And given that 50% of Indians will be living in urban areas in a few decades, the sooner we think about what we are going to do with with wastewater from cities, and have a plan to in some sense use that for ecological rejuvenation in very different ways. So Bengaluru now is using treated wastewater for restoring some water bodies. It's also using it for sustaining agriculture in nearby areas. There are some concerns about the health aspects, about, because treatment of wastewater is not always very efficient. But that's, I think it's a move in the right direction. And so that's just one example of using constructed wetlands, nature-based solutions for solving a very huge problem that we have of wastewater. So that's just one example. I'm just going to end here, and I'm sure others will be able to add more things to this.
Thank you so much, sir. To me, I'm extremely amazed on the fact when I hear people who have an engineering background, since I'm a lawyer through and through, and a very stubborn one, people who have an engineering background appreciating traditional knowledge, appreciating the nature-based solutions for mitigating climate change is something that I feel it's quite inspirational. I'll extend the question to Mr. Tarun. It's the same question, the nature-based solution for mitigating climate change.
Yeah, so one of the challenges with nature-based solutions is to find space, physical space, because most settlements are high-density settlements and often resulting from encroachment of, say, either forest land, of wetlands, of floodplain areas, and so on. So the challenge is now to try and spare land, recover land. And so the question is, how do you identify it? And invariably solutions end up displacing people who are already on the margins. And so it can be argued that, yes, that's going to impact fewer people because it might be easier to rehabilitate those sorts of constituents. But then it's a politically fraught decision. And I don't know if politically, if any governments are willing to take that chance, although in the long run, they might be taking the right steps. So this is one of the challenges with nature-based solutions. So, and can we do it without damaging wildernesses even further? So yeah, yes.
Thank you so much. It's a question to Shashank as well. Do you want to? Yeah.
I won't comment on the nature base because I have a limited understanding. I'm not a scientist. I'll speak from a very legislative aspect. Is that from a legislative aspect, our understanding of nature has still not evolved. And why I say so is that because of two legislation. We still have Indian Easement Act, which determines the extraction of groundwater, which is a pre-independence legislation. And we also have a Land Acquisition Act, which again relates to water. Both are pre-independence legislation, and we haven't replaced them. And both the legislations were enacted by British government, taking water as a commodity. For them, it was a commodity, similar to why the Indian Forest Act was implemented back in 1927. Wood was a commodity for them. And we still are abiding by the same understanding of water as a commodity for usage, for some usage. The usage understanding has evolved. Earlier it was for some other, now we are primarily looking at from a hydrological renewable form of energy, having that. So I think from a very legislative and policy direction, I think those understanding have still stayed back there, and unless and until we sort of go into a comprehensive rethinking of a legislative framework, especially on this context because of rivers, we are talking about rivers. I don't think from a very law making or lawyer's perspective, it makes any sense of having those two legislations still. So I think the understanding of nature has sort of not been clear.
Thank you so much for taking my cue from that. We have discussed a lot about urban planning and having a resilient infrastructure. So the question that comes after that would be, are there any special best practices? Do we have a best practice model? Or when we talk about infrastructure development causing harm to the natural ecosystems, what exactly would be the way out when we talk about the concept of urban planning? In the future, can we have a best practice model, since we see that we can agree upon the fact that our understanding of climate change it's in a nascent stage. So when we proceed with urban planning, when we proceed with the development of infrastructure, how do we incorporate best practices, or can we transcend the boundaries with respect to this particular issue to understand the model that we can follow?
Yeah, so cities around the world are, of course, very diverse and very heterogeneous, but I'll just mention a few things that are happening or should happen. We have heard about certain nature-based solutions being implemented in cities. I gave that example of treated wastewater being used for rejuvenating water bodies in Bengaluru and for supplying water for irrigation. But there are also now, because of both the heat island effect and climate change-based warming, cities are going to become, many cities in India are going to be difficult places for people to live in. And that's where the blue and green infrastructure can play a very important role. When we actually look at how the green and blue infrastructure, for example, in Bengaluru, how it generated these cooler spots in the city during the super El Nino we had some months back, basically last year. they played an important role in few degrees to several degrees cooling was achieved by the green and blue infrastructure in different parts of Bengaluru. So that tells us that if we look at the impact of heat stress on people, on ecosystems in the city, on overall human well-being, the sooner we invest in blue and green infrastructure, and blue and green infrastructure in cities cannot exist by themselves because we have completely changed the hydrology, we changed in some cases even the topography in cities. So they need to be integrated with gray infrastructure. So green, blue and gray have to be designed together, which has not happened for most of our cities. So for the existing infrastructure which already exists, buildings, and we'll have to do some retrofitting. And for new spaces that are being developed in peri-urban areas, I think there we need a completely new blueprint where hopefully policy, the law, citizen action, and both natural and social sciences can actually contribute to designing such spaces. So that's one thing. Also there's an aspect of ecological and environmental justice also, because often you will find that people who are on the margins in terms of the socioeconomic status are also in close proximity to places where nature-based solutions could be implemented. So one example is the Yamuna floodplain in Delhi, where both government and other non-governmental players, private individuals, everybody has encroached on the Yamuna floodplain for decades. And yet when it came to talking about restoring the Yamuna floodplain, immediately it came to let's displace the farmers who are doing the agriculture in the Yamuna floodplain. I think then there was some little bit more, I think there was some pushback against that. And instead of looking at farming in the Yamuna floodplain as a part of the problem, some people said, let's make it into a solution. Maybe you could promote organic farming and so on. And doing some farming in a floodplain is obviously a much better use of a floodplain area than trying to have more built infrastructure on it. So I think that we don't. What we probably don't have is a convergence of different disciplines coming together for designing a sustainable urban infrastructure, blue, green, and gray. I think whether it's civil engineers, architects, landscape ecologists, social scientists, economists, and I think a lot of other disciplines are required actually to come together for actually making some of these solutions. And we have heard of other examples from other parts of the world, like sponge cities, which help for the rainfall to rejuvenate the groundwater rather than causing flooding in urban spaces. So we need a much more decentralized version of that, because every neighborhood should have some sort of a nature-based solution that will perform some role in terms of keeping for example, extreme rain events, keeping that water out of harm's way, using a combination of gray, blue, and green infrastructure, linked to hydrologically and ecologically linked to other water bodies. So that is the sort of thinking that we need. And I think that we need to have a lot more conversations about who gets to design and plan a city.
Very recently in the past, I'll say in the last 3 days, I had heard a news that they're extending Bangalore. So you're currently placed in Bangalore. They're extending a sort of a greater Bangalore in the areas. I've stayed there for some time. It's an area called Yelahanka, and beyond Yelahanka, they're thinking of building a 50-kilometer stretch of sort of a greater or a new Bangalore. So the question arises: what exactly is the planning behind it? What exactly would be the mindset behind it? Whether we were thinking on a more sustainable angle, or is it development? So I'll extend the question to Mr. Tarun. Regarding, are there any specific methods, any specific best practice that you personally would suggest or have come across or you're working upon when it comes to mitigating climate change and understanding the development?
Yeah, so you mentioned Bangalore. I grew up in Bangalore, and when I go back there, I don't remember the landscapes or the waterscapes that I used to frequent as a teenager. So that does seem like a loss. But on the other hand, I've slowly also started becoming a proponent of high density urban settlements, because I see that is what can absorb rural emigration, which is inescapable, given how living conditions are difficult, opportunities for education, employment, and all of that is limited in the hinterlands. So while we risk losing these sorts of ecosystems, wetlands, and so on around these large urban settlements like Bangalore and other mega cities, I think that's still a win compared to how much land we can spare in the hinterlands for wildlife. But given that there's also examples from elsewhere on how cities can not make the same mistakes that they've done in the past, it's certainly possible to develop cities using these sorts of understandings on minimizing damage, on creating spawn cities, and so on. And it might also be useful to reimagine cities in different administrative units, maybe in terms of hydrological unit compartments, so that these individual subcatchments can be independent rather than rely on long distance transfers of water and so on. If they can be independent, look at rainwater harvesting, decentralized off-stream reservoirs and so on, these might be more sustainable in the long term and also help make these sorts of units self-sustaining in some manner. Yeah.
Thank you so much. My next question would be to Mr. Shashank. Since we're talking about policy making and we're talking about the involvement, we have talked about the involvement of and the activism of Supreme Courts and the higher courts. We're talking about the higher courts when it comes to climate change, when it comes to PILs being filed. We have all been students of law, almost students of law. We've heard about the MC Mehta's infamous cases with respect to climate change. One would believe that we are very well aware of the changes that are happening in the context of climate change. But then the question arises that what exactly would be the policy reforms? I'm not saying law, I'm not saying judgments, I'm not saying the activism. What exactly would be the policy framework forward when it comes to understanding the local needs as well as the need of India in particular? So it's kind of, is it different at the local level? Can we have a standard form of policy when it comes to mitigating climate change, or do we need to have a more nuanced understanding of the policy framework?
That's a very big question to answer for me. Before that answer, I recently met a Supreme Court judge who said that MC Mehta won't be alive for like eternity for Supreme Court to do the environment activism. Government has to do something. So I'll start from there, that what could be the policy framework, and I think that would be dictated by what India's international commitments are under the Paris Agreement or under the UNFCCC framework. And incidentally, we are going to have a COP29 in less than a month. So India has submitted their revised national contribution, NDCs, nationally determined contributions. And ironically, there is no mention of disaster risk management in the draft, in the revised draft. And I think that again comes from their lack of understanding, which is to an extent can be contextualized, given that we also don't have a disaster risk management as an entry under our 7th schedule. Neither in the state list nor in the union list. Whatever water related subjects we have is related to either irrigation, embankment, even embankment is mentioned, or dams. So on these lines, but disaster risk or flooding is something that's not mentioned, unfortunately. And I think that's also the reason why NDC doesn't mention disaster risk management. So I think their policy, the national policy that we right now have, obviously, is on a looking at a water or flooding situation from a disaster perspective. As sir initially mentioned, flooding is also an important aspect because they somewhat also replace the topsoil, especially in the northern part of it, northern part India. In a framework idea, I don't think a national policy at a national level with a very top-down approach would be effective. We have seen that dysfunctional in many aspects, and water is also a state subject, so that is something that they anyways can't do it. It has to be done by states. It has to be done by local authorities. Now, what I personally would like to see is actually seeing it at a local government level. That is a third tier of government. And the unfortunate part of our civic polity in India is that we don't have a dedicated subjects for local government, something we do have for union and state. So although now we have local government, but we don't know what are the jurisdiction that they will have. So if we are designing a policy, I think that would be a far better approach given the geography and the different realities that we live in from a geographic perspective, and what are the implications and the effect that we are seeing of climate change. So first point is that local government. Second is the understanding. I think our policy is heavily devised by lawyers who have little understanding of the science that actually dictates that. So I think it has to come out of the science, scientists and the stakeholders who are working, especially the local communities, and then from there travel to the actual policy table. Right now we have a very top-down approach. So I think that will be my idea of how India's national policy could look like.
There's a question to Professor Jagdish. So, if we combine flood risk management and the conservation of ecosystem, and in terms of policy, so there would be an example, let's say interlinking of rivers, which favors both flood control and drought mitigation. So, when it comes to policy, is there any specific direction or the way that we can guide as commentators on these policies, because we understand that it cannot be the judiciary alone working on climate change mitigation. It has to be the government, as suggested by Shashank. So is there a direction where we can guide the government to look into?
So India is a signatory, has agreed to the between countries for achieving this 30 by 30 target. So 30% of our land and inland waters, and I'm not including marine because we're talking mostly about rivers and so on, to be under some form of conservation by 2030. And so not all of this can be achieved by land sparing. If you have to have 30% of our land and water under some form of conservation or restoration. So there are limits to how much land can be. So land sparing is one approach for conservation, like national parks, sanctuaries, and tiger reserves. That's like land sparing. And then land sharing will be your floodplains, which are where fisheries, agriculture, biodiversity conservation, all of that can coexist. It's difficult, but it's possible, and managed wetlands and those sort of things. So we'll have to, and there was a recent study which showed that only 15% of the high priority biodiversity and ecosystem service hotspots across India are within the current protected area network, and so 85% is going to be outside, and which means that we have to really do innovation in the way in which we can share resources between humans and nature for sustainability and for achieving our conservation targets of. So that's one policy guideline that hopefully will inspire some new thinking. Even for cities, there are opportunities. So we have always seen cities as places where nature is always in retreat. But I think that we have to change that paradigm, given that 50% of Indians are going to be living in some form of urban space. And if we are going to say in a few decades. If we are going to say that biodiversity cannot be, we don't have much space for biodiversity in the city, and then I think that's going to be a huge opportunity lost. And so there's a category called other effective area-based conservation measures, OECM. So if you have land or water which is being managed for some other purpose, for meeting some human requirement, but biodiversity conservation is a co-benefit that arises from that, then this category of other effective area-based conservation measures, or OECM, can add to our conservation estate across the country. So for example, the first OECM which was declared in India was very degraded, quarried out land in Gurgaon, and it has become the Aravali Biodiversity Park. So there is no reason why a campus such as this or other campuses, areas which are under the defense, huge amounts of land are controlled by various agencies, private, government, as well as other individuals, can actually foster biodiversity friendly practices that enable water to be conserved and sustainably used, food security to be achieved in innovative ways. So this integration of food, water, ecology, all of that, I think that is these best practices for managing spaces, including campuses such as this. I think that is one opportunity that we need to think about, because the policy exists for it. So you can, there's no reason why, if this biodiversity friendly practices were adopted on this very campus, it could one day qualify as an OECM. So I'm just thinking in terms of where our national goals can align with the more decentralized responses to the whole sustainability challenge.
A very specific question to Mr. Tarun. It states that you have an affinity towards crocodiles, right? We had a good conversation earlier as well. So when I say dam management, when I say competing demand, and the poor flood management on water reservoirs. So with respect to this very specific, I'll say crocodiles, when we talk about crocodiles, sir is saying that there are policies. So do we agree on the fact that there are specific policies when it comes to dam management on water bodies, or there can be a way forward when we have a more broader outlook towards other ecosystems?
With this specific question, yes, there are policies, one example being environmental flows. But because policies are just policies, not laws, they're not prescriptive, they don't, nobody is expected to follow them, there are no penalties for not doing so. And so it just remains a good idea on paper. And the other challenge is to move away from the lexicon of flood control, because as an ecologist, as somebody who's a conservation biologist, I think floods are a great thing. And many of you might not agree, especially if you've suffered the 2015 Chennai floods. But those are failures in town planning and engineering and so on. Like Dr. Jagdish mentioned before, floods are extremely important both in the transfer of material, sediment, nutrients and so on, and in connectivity between the river channel and the floodplain. So when we understand and know what the benefits of floods are and how important they are, and it's inevitable in the hydrological cycle, the next best thing we can do is change how we build and plan our cities and other infrastructure, knowing very well that we cannot escape these sorts of hydrological cycles. Coming from that perspective, now having policies such as, say, environmental flows, while it sounds like a good idea, in some sense, that policy has come away as a throwaway or a takeaway after having all human demands met, which is not very helpful in the case of ecological flows. Yeah, so that's why the old idea of minimal flows is now outdated and not useful ecologically. From an environmental perspective, yes, they might say that it might reduce pollution load and so on. But it's also important to realize that a lot of species, aquatic species, their entire life histories, life cycles, they evolved based on natural flood cycles. And these organisms cannot change those life history traits overnight, or within human life cycles at least, because these have evolved over millions of years. So because of these realities, just ensuring more water in a river is not sufficient. We also have to take into consideration the timing of flows, the magnitude of flows, and so on. So all of these become very challenging when we also consider the types and numbers of human demands. So now then you'll have to decide which human demands are more deserving of being met, and and who is to decide that? How is it going to be decided? If you say it's going to be a democratic choice, then are we perpetuating the tyranny of the majority? So there are lots of difficult questions, and again, if they have to be so, in terms of say logic or just considering ecological principles, we might be able to come up with solutions, but they are almost never going to be acceptable at scale. So then again the question is, who are we catering to? Yeah. So can we cater to ecological demands and keep large sections of society happy? That's, I think, the challenge.
So we are extending towards the last leg of our discussion, and rather we are taking a very sharp turn from the policy discussions. It's a question first directed towards, open for all. It's a question first directed towards Shashank. Right. We're talking about, and we are agreed to a fact that local initiative is something that we cannot ignore. Local self-government is something that we are going forward with, and community-based flood resilience. Right. So based on your experience, we see that there's a lack of inclusion, there's a lack of inclusivity, specifically when we say that, you're saying that the disabled people, they do not find themselves, they always find themselves outside the realm of political inclusion. They're always on the outside. So how exactly we build a more resilient and an all-inclusive political discourse, including viewpoints from all across? So how do we proceed with that?
Incidentally, when in one of the instances when I was very closely working with the parliament, I asked the government whether they have any data source of people displaced internally by climate change or effect of natural disaster, and government doesn't maintain that data. Whatever the data source we have is usually by an organizations who have collected on a ground. So that's one of your answers. One of your aspect of political seriousness of including everyone is the lack of data, that they don't maintain it. Second aspect is that, so again, as I think has been reiterated, that we look these events from a very disaster-oriented aspects whenever we are formulating any laws and policies, and that's why one of the nodal agencies has been the National Disaster Management Authority, and not the MFCC, which sort of makes final decision on how to handle displacement. So these are the two aspects which are right now in existence that suggest the political seriousness. How do we do that? Is something that we have to acknowledge the vulnerability aspect, which is also something that Century Convention talks about. That's one of its pillar. Vulnerability of a nation, of a community. That's also what Article Article 7 of the Paris Agreement talks about. Vulnerability of developing countries. So vulnerability as a concept is something which is sort of missing from our decision making when it comes to effect of natural disasters and the consequent displacement, and hence. When you are missing that lens, you're also missing a large set of group which qualify as vulnerable because of their identities. And disability is something that I have worked upon personally, but there are so many other identities. Disability, if I take a minute, is specifically important because these are individuals who are already because of their environment are already forbidden from accessing many resources, and then they adapt to their living environment so that they can sort of access some things. And the disruption that is caused, which is often periodical and natural, is something that completely disorients their access opportunities, and hence they are sort of put in a more severe or a more vulnerable position. So that's their situation. But I think it's also because of the expanding township, the lack of town planning, the local communities which are living from a very nature-based life, or they are also rendered sort of vulnerable because of the construction-based idea or the expansion-based idea. So that's on the vulnerability aspect. And the last point that I actually want to point out is that we talk about resilience or resilient infrastructure, but there is no money to be made when you have resilient infrastructure. Anything which is going to be destroyed when it's going to be built is going to generate a GDP. So that's an idea that we are looking from a very GDP oriented or from an economic perspective. Anything has to be quantified, anything has to be valued, anything has to be monetized. So we talk about build back better, which is the motto that the government talks about at an international avenue. But they're not working on making the existing infrastructure more resilient or more adapted to the environment. And I think one of their major contention is again based on that they don't have finances, and that's what they're talking at the international level. We need finances. But in reality, when we look at the domestic level, the reasons that I pointed out, the lack of vulnerability, the lack of idea of inclusion, and again the other factors doesn't necessarily align. So combining all these aspects, I think it's very hard to comment right now on whether their policy is anyways inclusive. And yes, we have very fancy ideas, very fancy mottos, but the actual implementation is still on a climate aspects is still sort of speaks of contradictions.
So we are nearing the end. It's a question for Professor Jagdish. We have seen from the discussion up till now, it's my conclusion, I'm not, if I'm correct, we have a more action and reaction based approach when it comes to climate change is something that I have deciphered after my very little understanding of our reaction, a governmental or judicial, in any case whatsoever. It's a kind of a reaction. We see the causation. The local communities and the grassroots movements, as we have grown up, we have studied history. We all studied history in our schools with the Chipko movement and us hugging the trees and saying that you cannot cut the trees. So we are considering ourselves and the trees as humans, as entities. That is something that we are discussing about rivers as well. Rivers are entities. So in that case, these local communities and the grassroots movements, can they bridge the gap between policies and the actual practice of climate change mitigation?
Yeah, this is a very, requires a lot of, it's a difficult question to answer, but I'll attempt by just saying that when we look at rivers, for example, although floods is one of the issues here, even if you look at the Sustainable Development Goals, 17 of them, one of which is about partnerships, but the other 16, you look at life underwater, that's for marine ecosystems. Life on land, it's basically terrestrial ecosystems with inland water being included, sort of. We don't actually have a Sustainable Development Goal for freshwater ecosystems. They are only targets under other SDGs, under Clean Water and Sanitation 6.6, and also under a couple of other. So somewhere, even at the highest level of international development agenda that all the countries have signed up on, we have failed to give importance to freshwater ecosystems. Possibly, this is something when I was working in the IPCC, possibly this happened because many countries and states and regions, they still want to abstract water, they want to regulate, build more dams and so on. So having a commitment to freshwater ecosystem conservation it's as an explicit sustainable development goal would make it a little bit difficult to do those things. or it would put in place a lot of trade-offs and to be considered. So that's at that level. But and if we look at even we all say that rivers are sacred and we really value the role that they play in our civilizational system and so on. But if you look at it, I mean, there's competitive dam building. States are looking at rivers as basically as places from where water can be abstracted. There is no real commitment to a river from headwaters to all the way to the estuaries and deltas. A commitment to keeping the river as an ecosystem. So there is one opportunity coming up. The Narmada Tribunal, I think, is expiring. So there is an opportunity for the states to relook at things. The Kaveri Tribunal also will now increasingly we need to think about environmental flows, ecological flows, and not about just extracting water, how much share. So if you look at some of the wording in the Kaveri Tribunal earlier, it would say that there is so much of inevitable wastage of water to the sea and so on. So there was this notion that any river water reaching the sea is a waste, which we know is not the case, because river fresh water with sediments and nutrients meeting the seas is an area where a lot of productivity is there, in both for fisheries as well as other biodiversity as well, and it sustains a lot of people. Even between the sharing of the Indus between India and Pakistan, or the Ganga between India and Bangladesh, between as a region, we will need to rethink about commitment to rivers from headwaters to all the way to the deltas, and I think that opportunity may come when we start looking at these river tribunals, where for the first time, at least in the case of, I remember that this dispute between Karnataka and Goa on the Mahadayi, because of Goa's concerns about what it would do to the ecology or to the water resources in Goa, one of the High Court judgments actually mentioned ecology for the first time on river sharing issues. So I think the sooner we have ecological flow coming in the river sharing agreements between states, regions, and in our entire South Asia region, I think that is one opportunity we have. So we can be different from the, and say that we are going to cooperate and think about the functions that rivers perform, and look at the big challenges that are emerging because of climate change together. Because in some cases the headwaters of the river are in another country, the floodplains are in the downstream country. In some cases floodplains are shared between different countries. So that is one, I think, opportunity at the higher policy level that we should possibly embrace. And I think that if we don't do that in the next few years, then it will be a huge opportunity lost.
My final question is to Mr. Tarun. As per a prior discussion, what I have understood is that floods definitely, in some capacity, when we talk about nutrients, when we talk about energy, when we talk about what happens upstream, what happens downstream, when we have an embankment on a particular river. Under this context, what exactly would be the role of, it's an extension of the question, what will be the extension? See, we have a lot of data that we can look upon. And what exactly is the way forward with the data that we collect, and understanding the lessons we can learn from that particular data when it comes to bridging the gap between energy, resources, nutrients, understanding the positive side of floods, and understanding the mitigation of flood management. So how exactly do we see floods? It's under a brighter light, because this particular panel, I particularly feel that there are various ways of looking at flood and flood management as well. So what exactly should be our takeaway from floods in general?
Yeah, so like I mentioned earlier, just moving away, changing the lexicon from flood control to flood resilience, I think will be useful. And we often hear talk of that local communities live in harmony with nature and so on. But I don't see that when I travel around. Uh, One might claim I have a certain lens of looking at things. Maybe that's possible. But I was just discussing with Ecological the other day. So we've read a lot about what happened in the Kosi with the embankments and how it's unpopular and it's caused a lot of damage in terms of it's raised the riverbed. So the more people living outside and within the embankments are more susceptible to flooding and so on. But when you travel in these regions and talk to people, many are supportive of the idea of embankments, in spite of knowing, being aware of failures and so on. So I'm not sure what informs or motivates people to support these sorts of ideas, solutions, which haven't been very successful. That's one. And yeah, notwithstanding my earlier description of the law as an unfavorable or misunderstood animal, I still believe that law and policy has an important contribution to make in terms of keeping us civil and functioning as a civic society. And but again, some of these decisions can be difficult to understand. One example being the question that you asked about rights of rivers or granting personal to rivers. So a few years back, I would have been encouraged by the idea, but I've also been thinking that we hear that rights come with responsibilities. So now, can it be argued, or will a very clever lawyer argue that if rivers have rights, they also have a responsibility to supply, to meet certain demands and to behave in a certain way? And if not, it's going to be punished through the construction of dams and embankments and so on. So now I wonder if that idea is a useful idea at all. Yes.
Thank you so much. The discussion, I personally feel that it will foster a collaboration among, and it's a varied set of individuals. It can be scientists, policymakers, we have lawyers, we have engineers, right? We have planners, we have community leaders to develop a more sustainable set of strategies when it comes to flood risk management and understanding the ecosystem as well. I personally feel that this particular panel will start a much more nuanced discourse and open discourse when it comes to understanding how we see floods, because for me, I've seen flood as a catastrophe, and understanding floods and rivers in a light where we see that it's a very, I'll say I'll chuckle later on this particular, whether rivers will be punished when we'll make dams and punish these rivers. So I suppose that it's a food for thought, at least for me, and we can take over with this discourse and understand that there, be it the judiciary, be it the policy making, be it the government, be it us, normal human beings, be it people living in and around these rivers, it's a collective, it's more or less an alloy, it's an amalgamation of resilient efforts from every sector possible, and to look at rivers from every angle possible and have a good circular roundtable conference and understand what exactly would be the way forward. So I congratulate and I really appreciate the time that the panelists have given us. Thank you so much.
Start. Warm afternoon, everyone. With the permission. Hello. So, warm afternoon and welcome, everyone. With everyone's permission, I would like to begin. And I am beginning with certain borrowed remarks, which were made by Professor Eclavia yesterday during his speech as guest of honor for this International River Conference. I quote, "Let us not forget the rivers themselves. They are the ultimate voiceless beings, unable to defend themselves from the harm inflicted upon them. But they speak to us in other ways, through the floods that devastate communities, the drying riverbeds that leave land barren, and the loss of biodiversity that signals the collapse of ecosystems. It is our duty to be their voice, to advocate for rights to exist, to flow freely, and to sustain life. To effectively revive our rivers, we need to foster partnerships between lawmakers, academics, local communities, environmentalists, scientists, and all of us. It is only through such alliances that we address the complexity of the challenges that rivers face today." I unquote. I thank Professor Eclavia for graciously lending me these statements because I feel that they rightly set the tone for the discussions that we are going to take over the next hour. Now, it gives me immense pleasure to moderate this discourse on rivers in conflict, navigating water rights and sustainability in Tamil Nadu. I have two senior professionals joining me on this discourse. And first, I would like to introduce Advocate Ganeshan Umapati, Senior Advocate, Supreme Court of India. Spanning for more than 30 years, Advocate Umapati started his practice in law as a junior with Sri K. Parasharan, former Attorney General of India. He specializes in litigation on interstate water disputes, infrastructural concerns pertaining to electricity laws, petroleum, environment, special economic zones, and other consumer and civil cases. Most importantly, Advocate Umapati has been representing the states of Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh in all of their water disputes before the Honorable Supreme Court. It is my privilege to welcome you, sir, and I request our Dean, Dr. Anand Padmanabhan, to felicitate Advocate Umapati. Next, we have with us Dr. Sarvanan Ramasamy, Professor, Director, Center for Water Resources, Department of Civil Engineering, College of Engineering, Gindi, Anna University, Chennai. Dr. Sarvanan is also an adjunct faculty in the Center for Climate Change and Disaster Management at Anna University. He is a civil engineer and specialist in hydrology and water resources engineering. He has over 23 years of experience in teaching, research, and consultancy work in the field of water resources engineering. He is a member of International Water Association, Indian Association of Hydrologists, and India Water Resources Society. Besides his various research accomplishments and engagement, he has evaluated and provided a guideline for Tamil Nadu Department of Rural Development for renovation of Urani, which is an ancient technique of preserving and storing rainwater for future use. And most recently, sir, you have been awarded with the Curriculum Chola Award 2024 for the excellence in water conservation and management. It is my privilege to welcome you, and I request our Dean, Dr. Anand Padmanabhan, to felicitate Dr. Sarvanan Ramasamy. I thank the guest and the dean and all the august gathering that is here in front of me. And without further ado, I would like to begin this panel discussion. And I am looking forward for Q&A since this is a touchy subject for spanning over several decades, right? So first, I would like to begin asking your overview on the water conflicts. move directly to the water conflicts that the state of Tamil Nadu has faced. Because river systems in Tamil Nadu have always been integral to its economy, its survival, water, drinking, irrigation, everything. May I begin with your overview, since you are the right person that we have?
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to share my experience on the river waterfront, which is Tamil Nadu is faced with. Tamil Nadu mostly depends, the water resource for Tamil Nadu mostly depends on from the other states, except a small Vaigai river and a couple of small streams. So the entire river irrigation, everything depends upon the neighboring states with which we are sharing the borders. Historically, Kaveri is a river which had several conflicts aging from more than 100 years old. It started off with 1892 when an agreement was entered into between the Madras Presidency and the Mysore, where the agreement was basically that any new works to be undertaken by Mysore was to be with the consent of Madras, and the object for the consent was that existing irrigation should not be jeopardized. That was the substance of that agreement. But later on, 1892 followed with the 1924 agreement. Before that, some conflict arose with regard to some construction of a Kannambadi dam by Mysore. There was a lot of disputes, matter went to arbitration. Then ultimately, the arbitration award came. It was questioned, that award was questioned. Ultimately, 24 agreement was entered into, by which the major reservoirs in the southern peninsula at that time was Kannambadi, which is KRS. It's called Krishnarajasagar Reservoir, and Metur. KRS and Metur both came around the same time, in 1934. And then slowly irrigation started developing, and conflicts also started developing slowly because population was going up, needs were growing up, and a lot of correspondence between the two states. Ultimately, independence came. Then the question was whether the agreement continues or not. Then a lot of issues. Then the matter traveled to post-independence. There was some talks going on between the parties. Then central government intervened. Then there is a committee constituted. All that is history. Ultimately, there were several dams which are being constructed, contemplated by Karnataka, which was objected to by Tamil Nadu, and all became a subject matter of a complaint filed by state of Tamil Nadu before the central government. Because we have a machinery called Interstate River Water Disputes Act, which provides for an adjudication by a tribunal to be constituted by the central government. So the matter went to the central government. Then ultimately, the complaint was filed, but no tribunal was constituted. For various reasons, the matter went to court. Some farmers' association filed a writ petition asking for a mandamus to the central government to constitute a tribunal, which was filed in 83. And ultimately, 1990, the mandamus was issued by the Supreme Court, which was followed by constitution of the tribunal in 1990, June 1990. Immediately problems arose because we had, Tamil Nadu at that time wanted an interim relief of some quantum of water to be regulated at Metur, which was passed by the tribunal, which was again subject matter of an ordinance passed by Karnataka, so seeking to nullify the ordinance by saying that we will not honor this order because it's an interim order. The matter went to Supreme Court again. There was a special reference under the provisions of the Constitution, Article 145, President can seek an opinion of the Supreme Court. Supreme Court rendered its opinion in 1993, saying that Karnataka has no power to issue an ordinance because it seeks to nullify the decision of the tribunal. So then the matter proceeded. Ultimately, the tribunal, the interim order was being implemented more out of, not implemented in the proper way. Some machinery was informed. But ultimately, the final award came in 2007. And all the states were aggrieved. Kerala was aggrieved. Karnataka was aggrieved. Tamil Nadu was aggrieved. All filed appeals. Ultimately, the matter ended up in Supreme Court in 2007. Concluded in 2018, after about 11 years, final judgment came affirming the tribunal's verdict of allocation. And then there were some few areas which they allocate little more to Karnataka. But the real problem was how to implement the award, the decision of the tribunal, for which a machinery was framed, directed to be framed by the central government under the Interstate Water Disputes Act. The machinery also came into being in 2018. But ever since the machinery came also, still there was a problem, because the real problem was agricultural operation depends upon inflows, waters being available at the right time. So as you know, in Tamil Nadu, we had a cropping system of Kuruvai and Samba. Kuruvai is to be in June to September, Samba is to be August. And Kuruvai needs water from Mettur. Because Tamil Nadu doesn't get the benefit of southwest monsoon, and they depend only on Mettur. So there was a problem, and those problems are still persisting. Every year we have, like this year we had a problem of surplus, but last year we had a problem of deficit. So the mechanism which is there in place has to make sure that they find a solution to deal with how to apportion during the deficit years, which is yet to be finalized. But although the dispute is sort of settled, but still there are teething issues which is going to take more time. And that is as far as the Kaveri is concerned. I didn't want to go into. Then there are other small disputes like Mullai Periyar, which is with Kerala. Yeah, this is also, you may be aware, that this is an agreement of 1886 by which the then Travancore Cochin permitted the Madras Presidency to construct a dam to divert waters for meeting the demands for the drought-ridden Madurai regions. This dam was built in 1896. Then the dam was completely being operated by the Tamil Nadu. Then there were some problems came post 1970. There was some agreements between the newly formed state of Kerala, that is post-independence, and Madras, saying that some rights were being transferred, power generation was permitted. Plus, later on, there were some issues. We had a major earthquake in some dams in Maharashtra, which resulted in some issues being raised with the safety of the dam. At that time, the height of the dam was lowered from 152 to 136 feet, which is permitted. Originally, it was 152 feet. It was reduced to 136 feet. So this height, then CWC, which is the central body, Water Commission, which sees the maintenance of the dam, overall strength of the dam, they suggested certain measures to be carried out by Tamil Nadu, which was done between 1979 to 84. And according to Tamil Nadu, everything was all right to raise the water level, but the water level was not permitted to be raised. There was some litigation, which ultimately culminated in a decision of Supreme Court in 2006, which took almost 22 years. When Supreme Court, based on the report of the expert committee, permitted Tamil Nadu to raise the water level from 136 to 142 feet, as against 152 feet. But this height, this judgment came in 27th of February 2006. Immediately Kerala came out with an ordinance and an amendment to the Act, that Kerala Water Irrigation Act, to the effect that freezing the height of the dam to 136 feet. That is, in a way, nullifying the judgment of the Supreme Court, which was again challenged by Tamil Nadu before the Supreme Court. And Supreme Court by way of a suit. It is a suit under Article 131. Because if there is a dispute between two states, it has to be by way of a suit under Article 131. This suit, Supreme Court appointed an empowered committee headed by former judges of Supreme Court, one judge, Chief Justice of India, and one judge from Tamil Nadu, one judge from Kerala. The empowered committee gave a report saying about the strength of the dam and other measures. Ultimately, the Supreme Court said the law is to be struck down, and they said Tamil Nadu is permitted to raise the level to 142 feet. And then they appointed a committee, which committee is still functioning. But even now, the problems are still there, here and there, because Kerala feels this dam is more than 130 years old. This needs to be replaced by a new dam. Tamil Nadu is opposing the construction of a new dam, because according to Tamil Nadu, the dam is perfectly safe, and it is being monitored by the Central Water Commission, that is supervisory committee under the orders of the Supreme Court. Third, there are some small issues with, it's again with Karnataka, Kerala only, PAP, there is a Paramikalam Aliyar project, which is benefiting. This project is evolved in 1970. Of course, negotiation started from 1960, but ultimately the agreement was signed in 1970. where the waters of the Western Ghats were being harnessed and stored in 3 reservoirs and used by both the states. It was a common benefit sharing for both the states. But here also there are some disputes which has now emerged that is pending before Supreme Court. I don't want to go into detail, but some issues are there. Then there is a small project called Neyar project, which was taken up by the then Travancore Cochin prior to independence, that is 52, 51, when the Kanyakumari was part of the Travancore Cochin region. So when the state reorganization took place in 1956, the Kanyakumari became part of Madras state, and Travancore Cochin, that later on became Kerala. So the benefit of the project was to be shared with Tamil Nadu, which was being shared from the dam was ultimately completed in 1964. Benefits were being shared from 64 onwards. Later on, certain issues arose when Kerala stopped supplying water. Then the matter is pending before Supreme Court now from 2012. So the evidence was just concluded. Now the matter is going to be heard. The case of Tamil Nadu in this case was that essentially it is an agreement, arrangement prior to 1956, and there is an act called States Reorganization Act, and section 108 of the said act protects all those projects which has taken up prior to the Reorganization Act. Then, of course, there is one other litigation which emerged post-Kaveri vis-a-vis Karnataka. Karnataka had filed a suit in Supreme Court in 2021, essentially pleading that, in fact, let me just elaborate 1 minute in the adjudication. The tribunal said you have to ensure 177 TMC to Tamil Nadu during the entire water year beginning June to May, out of which June to September they have to release about 130 TMC or 140 TMC. So yield at Biligundu, which is the measuring point, is X TMC. If anything above X TMC comes, according to Karnataka, it's Karnataka Kaveri water, and that they are entitled to use in the manner they want to use. So this was agitated by, they filed a suit saying that we are entitled to use this water. So we have been fighting this front in the, as far as that matter is also pending before Supreme Court. Overall, there are several disputes which are, even after adjudication is rendered, we are teething problems in implementation. There are certain disputes which are pending adjudication, because even after adjudication, ultimately the implementation lies. Some effective machinery, now even in Kaveri there is effective machinery has been in place, but it has still more than 6 years it has been functioning. But crucial time we are not able to get the due adjudication being implemented in a proper manner. So these are the various issues surrounding Tamil Nadu and its neighbors. But now within Kaveri, it is trans-based, trans-boundaries with Tamil Nadu and Karnataka, but within the state, allocations have been made district-wide because each project has its own utilization. There are some small issues saying that we are not getting water, we are not getting water. Of course, those are being handled by the local administration. They have to, because within the state, it is the right of the state government to ensure that these disputes, these decisions are being implemented in a proper manner, which is being done to a great extent. But of course, there are some people who are fighting, some writ petitions are pending vis-a-vis the release of water during the crucial time. This is all as far as the litigations are concerned.
Thank you, sir, for giving the overview that spanned for over a long time. I would like to hear from Dr. Saravanan and you as well, like all this litigation that has happened, how has it impacted, or the differing views on the conflict, on water sharing, has it impacted the effective management or the scientific management of water within the state of Tamil Nadu? What are your views on this entire litigation that has happened and continues even today?
Thank you, Amita. And in fact, I would like to extend my thanks to VLMS for inviting me to this panel discussion. And I'm an odd man out because all are lawyer. I'm a technocrat, right? Technocrat, and most of my debates are the sentence will be based on a technical background. And I would like to, because uh, you people are a lawyer and you'll see the policies and frameworks and so many things. And I will look the water in technically, right? So I would begin with where the sir ends, Mumbai sir ends. And he was mentioning about the PAP system, which is one of the unique system in South Asia. As an water engineer, we are always proud to say that it is one of the unique system in South Asia where you have 9 reservoirs in single river, which is a series of river starts from the Western Ghats top and ends with the Coimbatore near Sirvani, which feeds several acres of pocket for irrigation purpose, which was then started by Kamarajar, right? So nearly 1965, the Tamil Nadu has a revolution, green revolution. Nearly more than 70% dams were constructed during that period. Almost the feasibility of harnessing the rainwater or the water source in Tamil Nadu was explored by then Chief Minister Kamarajar, and he is a really visionary person actually. And he exploited all the possibilities of conserving water, and he put a dam.
I would like to add only one thing. Yeah. When I visited this PAP, I was told when Achyuta Menon was the Chief Minister of Kerala at that time, Kamaraj was the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu. What the Achyuta Menon CM has said, if Kamaraj has suggested this project, he would have considered the national interest. I blindly signed this agreement. That was the trust between the Chief Ministers at that time.
Yes, exactly right. So over the phone call, he was calling the chief engineers of Tamil Nadu, and what is the issue? Why you are not taking up this project? Immediately he said some blah blah blah. He immediately called the Kerala Chief Minister. He said, if you say, I'll agree. That's all. Right? That was clear. Now, what I'm trying to say here is that the main dispute, why it is arising from Kerala and Tamil Nadu, those days it was called as a single, without linguistic, it was considered as a single entity, right from Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Kerala. So after linguistic, they bifurcated into Tamil Nadu and Karnataka and Kerala and Telangana, Andhra Pradesh. So, but whereas the water will never see any boundary except watershed boundary. That I would like to make a point. Because these rivers were originating from Ghats to ocean most of the time. Right? We have a lot of east flowing rivers as well as we have west flowing rivers actually. You can have a geopolitical boundary, administrative boundary, or district boundary, whatever you call it. But the boundary for water is a watershed. The watershed is the unit for any development for the nation or for any country. The basin is a unit for development. You have to consider what is the total water potential available within the basin. Then you have to allocate appropriately, either based on the riparian right or based on the prayer appropriation right. So I'm not touching that point at all because right now, since having said that, the issue of Mulai Periyar, the portion of catchment we call as in watershed, the main source for water is the rainfall has to take place on the catchment and the runoff has to generate and it will come to the river. Due to the bifurcation of the Kerala and Tamil Nadu, most of the catchment or 50% catchments lies with the Kerala, where whenever the rainfall takes place, from the Kerala catchment, the runoff will generate and comes to Tamil Nadu. That's why Sir said that there is agreement between power generation and water release between the two states actually. Right? If you own a land, if rainfall takes place in your land, you have all the right to ask your share. Right? Whereas, as an hydrologist, it will flow towards the slope. Finally, it has to end with the Bay of Bengal. So, all the treaties must be solved based on the watershed as a basin. As an hydrologist, it is my opinion. So, you have to see as a holistically where you have to provide the dams, where not, and how much potential you can harvest. Those things you have to see. Now, coming back. Why all these issues are pertaining nowadays? Maybe you trace back 120 years back, in 1880s, the world population is 330 crores actually. 330 crores. 330 crores. Now, almost 720 crores. We are reaching near to 800 crores actually. Now, almost threefold increase. Right. Coming back. You have any idea about water resources available in the world? Maybe in childhood you have studied. 72% is ocean, only 20% land actually, right? Now, I will summarize the total water available in the globe. It is 1 to 12,754 kilometer diameter actually, right? So, earth diameter is 12,754 is the earth diameter, like a ball. Whereas the all water availability in the globe, in the ocean, glaciers, river, lake, everything comes together 1,350 kilometer diameter, right? Whereas river and lake, river, surface water, groundwater and lake alone will share 276 kilometer. Whereas readily available water called river water and lake water is only 56 kilometer diameter in the world. These were enjoyed by 330 crores people. But the same resources should be shared with the 800 crore people actually. Then you need a technology or what is pending? Because the law is water neither be created nor be destroyed. It is a constant across the world. You can't create the water actually. It can convert from liquid to solid, gas and so on. That means the water shared by 330 crores people, the same water should be shared by the 800 crore people in the future. You just think it over because the resource is going to same. But as a technocrat, as a management side, what else may be called it as, we need an intervention of technology for better management of water resource in allocation as well as sharing. Right? That is the main thing. Now coming back, there is not much of change in rainfall across the world actually. Right? Across the world, as I said that, annual average rainfall of India is 1,256 mm. Whereas Chennai's annual rainfall is 1,200 mm actually. Tamil Nadu's annual rainfall is 900 mm. Whereas Israel annual average rainfall is only 500. How can they manage? How can they produce so much of, they can make so much of irrigation? Right? Whereas Europe, 1,200. US, Los Angeles, only 700 mm. But how these people are capable of managing the irrigation sector throughout the year? Because the distribution of water is the main question actually. Those days, as Sir rightly mentioned that, the Tamil Nadu is mainly witnessing the rainfall from northwest monsoon, less from the southwest monsoon. These are two monsoons benefited by India. Major share for Tamil Nadu is from northwest monsoon, nearly 47%. The rest from the south as well as from southwest actually. Southwest. But those days, if you trace the ancient history, Mada Mummari Malai Peydadu, right? So you will have often showers throughout the year. Nearly the rainfall days in a year, at least 110 days in a year. Now it has reduced to 30 to 40 days. But the same quantity. The same quantity. But storing of water is a main question. We have same infrastructure like lake, ponds, reservoirs, things like that, but we will get the huge rainfall within short spell, but the storage is the biggest question. As of now, Tamil Nadu has 17 river basin. As a surface water potential, we have 850 TMC. But in total, including surface and groundwater, it is nearly 16,000 and odd TMC is available. But the demand for Tamil Nadu is nearly, we are approaching 1,900. Still there is a gap. But talking about the population of the Tamil Nadu, 50 years back now or 100 years back now, but the same resources available. That's why the conflict starts. Because whenever the resource is excess, there will not be any conflict. When the resource is same, the development is going on, the sharing is the biggest issue. That all your the conflicts will start actually. When you have excess of water, you will not going to fight. You will simply share it with us actually. When the demand rises from each end, then automatically the policy will be coming into picture actually. Right? This is the main thing. But to add this actually, the recent days maybe you people are heard about climate change impact actually. There are some globally studies I carried out by several scientists. We have 32 models which is predicting. Maybe you can see weather forecast, US model, Europe model, so many models. We have so many models across the world. Right? So certain models will be suited for Himalayan region, mid of India and southern India and so on. But all the projection, most of the projection says that climate change has a positive impact on the coastal side of east coast of India, nearly likely to get 10 to 20% increase in rainfall as we go towards west actually. 20% to 10% towards the east and west. So that means we will expect more rainfall in short spell. But storage is the biggest You have to invest in infrastructures or creating infrastructure or regenerating the infrastructures to hold within a short spell. Then you can reduce most of the conflicts as far as water is concerned actually. You can make a better water management actually. These are my opening remark on the water as a availability resource and things like that. Let me...
Thank you so much. In fact, that was one of the points that I was going to go next to, which was the challenges in implementing the equitable water sharing agreements as well. Maybe you would like to shed some light on that?
See, the question of equitable sharing arrangement is the concept which has been evolved over times. But initially it was riparian rights, prescriptive rights, existing utilization was to be protected. That was the fundamentals of the water law. In fact, that is the recognition. In fact, there is one theory called hormone theory, which is not practiced now, but it was practiced in US at that time. Hormone theory is basically what, if I generate water in my area, it's all mine. I do not give to anybody. But that concept was even left out in the US itself, although it is one of the theory which was there in 1900, in the previous century. But today, in the country as a whole, we have a adjudicatory body, which is a tribunal, which decides, because the law does not say what principle you have to apply. The principles of equitable apportionment is a principle which has been adopted by all the tribunals. In fact, in India, we have 4 major river tribunals which has rendered the award: Krishna, Godavari, Narmada, and Kaveri. Some are pending. Godavari was basically, everything was under agreement of parties. Narmada, also there was not much of a litigation because water was not a constraint. There the constraint was to dam, environment, ecology, whether they should have that kind of height. Krishna, the earlier round was where when water was in abundance, utilization was very less. But then also they adopted a principle of equitable apportionment. And that is the principle which has been laid down basically by, we followed it from US Supreme Court judgment. We call it as the grandfather case, that is Colorado versus Kansas, 1906, which evolved the principle of equitable apportionment, which is being followed. What is principle of equitable apportionment? Existing utilization should not be disturbed. That does not mean that existing utilization can be of wasteful use, because nobody can say, because if you see about 100 years back, Tamil Nadu had a 180 days paddy crop. 180 days paddy crop means more than 2000 mm of water requirement. But today, if you talk about 2000 mm, nobody is going to say permit you, because today science is advanced. We have advanced varieties. We have less number of days. So we have to see economical use of water use efficiency is a concept which is being evolved. Like in Kaveri, the tribunal has, based on the expert evidence, worked out the crop water requirement based on the scientific standards, parameters adopted for this reason, and they evolved. So ultimately, the allocation is made on equitable principle based on the optimal use of resources. Because as he said, water is a constraint and it is going to remain a constraint for ages to come. Like India was 47 crores in 1947. Today we have 150 crores and we are going to beat China. We have already beaten China, but population is not going to end. Water availability is a limiting factor. Storages, at least in Tamil Nadu, I don't think any new storage can build up. But how to harness this waters which are occurring, because now earlier the rainfall used to be spread out, but today we are having the same amount of rainfall. Instead of 40 days, it happens in 5 days. It is not possible to harness. Like what we are seeing every day, it's a flood in the roads, maybe for various reasons. But how to harness these waters, scientifically we have to find a way out, and we have limited resources in the sense that you can't construct, like in Kaveri, you can't construct any dam in Tamil Nadu to store water, because the nature of the land, the lie of the land is like that. So ultimately, the equitable apportionment is a principle to be evolved by the adjudicating body. But the implementation is again the problem which we have to tackle, because each person, like now, the area-wise allocation is made. Suppose I have to grow up only paddy. I can't grow sugarcane, but farmers say, you can't tell me what I should grow. I want to grow my own. So those are the areas where the state has to make a regulate. In fact, every state has its own irrigation act. So they have to certain adjustments and then give some restrictions and ensure that farmers also follow the adjudication rendered by the courts, which has to attain finality.
So I have a question from the statement that you mentioned, that water as a resource can neither be created nor be destroyed, but it transfers from one state to another. It can only be converted, right? And then related to that, I just would like to share your experience, since you've been working in this area as a hydrologist and a person dealing with water resource, how well integrated are the stakeholders? I'm not just speaking of the state government, I'm not just speaking of the academicians. How well connected or integrated are the concerned stakeholders within the state of Tamil Nadu with regard to the integrated management of water rights, or that focus on water rights in the right possible direction? Are they integrated in the right manner? Do you think there is lack of integration, or there is disintegration to a lot of extent, or whether there need not be any integration? Your views, because all of it has been going on for quite some time, and it is not just academicians or scientists, it involves various stakeholders. So what are your experience on that?
Probably rightly pointed out, and because the country itself is a diversified, right, with the religion, with the geography and culture and so many things. So you were talking about the integration, right? Integration, and we have a concept called IWRM, Integrated Water Resource Management, and things like that. But still, it is a normative concept actually, right? One side is a natural resource, the economics and political and science and all the fields. They have to come together and bringing these sectors, the line departments, into a common platform is the biggest task even as of now actually, right? Because it was dealt by different agencies, though it is coming under the state government of Tamil Nadu, but still the line departments they have their own rules and regulations and things like that. Suppose as a technocrat, if I am suggesting something, it is not permitting them to enact because of the rules and regulation actually. For example, we pretty well know that the flooding or any encroachment should be evacuated based on 2007 law as per Conservation Act, but the people already settled before that how to evacuate, right? So we have policies and frameworks, suggestions we normally will give, but it is there is a barrier to implement by different sector peoples, but it is actually government is trying to include all these stakeholders in a common line to address all this issue, but still the executing, right, executing the IWM concept, integrated concept, and it is the biggest task because of this. As I said that you have power centers and in all the aspect, right, political, societal, and economics and ecological. And if I say that if you release the water to river, and someone will object actually, right? So we have environmental flow. Sir said that there is a verdict from the Coventry Tribunal. They have to minimum release the environmental flow through the river to sustain the river ecosystem actually. So you must understand, in a river, if there is no flow for 6 to 7 months, you can't see any species on the river system. Let us next year, the same month, the rainfall will take place and the flow will be there, but you can see all the species will be there. That means you must ensure the environmental flow every year so that the ecosystem will be lively. But if you don't allow for 5 to 10 years, then the species will die. That is endangered. So we know the reasons and things like that, but there is no water, they can't release it. So much of, though we are trying to talk about integration, but still there is a barrier from each sector to implement it actually.
So the barrier is with regard to implementation is what you're saying, and the concerned stakeholders are there on board.
Their perception, their objection,
yeah,
and their worry.
Right.
For example, if you talk about if I want to share my well water to somebody, the farmers may think that, right, he has the water, he can give free of cost or something like that. But I know that this water will dry within a month or so. Then how can I give? So much of the people perceptions also will come into picture in case of transboundary, and even the government is willing to transfer water from one state to other state. The farmers and other peoples will say that what is security for our country or for my country or for my state for next 9 months actually. So those kind of challenges are there, and it is really, as I said, that it should be addressed by the top level, and we need a.
So you would like to add to it? Yeah.
The sense that environmental flows. See, earlier this concept of environmental flows was not there in any of the adjudication. In fact, before the Kaveri Tribunal, a specific plea was raised by Tamil Nadu, saying that the river system needs flow throughout the year, because normally when the rainfall, monsoon ends in January, the northeast monsoon ends in December. So there has to be some flow to maintain the mangroves and the en route up to the sea, because some water has to go to the sea. So then they evolved a concept that throughout the year, like that's why there is they have allocated environment flows between January to May, which Karnataka has to release to Tamil Nadu at Biligundu, which has to come down. But actually it flows down to Tamil Nadu up to the sea point is a thing which is very difficult to say. But there's an allocation made. But then if you had to release, it's almost very negligible in terms of cusecs. It's about 1,000 cusecs a day they have to release. 1,000 cusecs, if you release at Mettur, it is not even going to reach Upper Aniket. So in principle, they have allocated water for environmental flows. How to again see that water goes, because some water goes means somebody will pump en route and take it away, because that is everybody starved. During January to May, there is a total rainfall is not there. Any water which comes, it is tapped by somebody because it is easy to tap. You don't have to do anything. You just have a pump, take the water. But then the concept has been provided, followed by now Krishna Tribunal is also allocated. So the entire river, there has to be some flow throughout the year. That is the concept which has been evolved, which has been, it's internationally recognized, which India has also recognized, our tribunals have recognized. But how far we implement down the last point is a thing which has to be seen by our implementation agencies.
Thank you. One important facet of looking at water as a scarce commodity is definitely the impact of that climate change has on it. And may I ask, in your years of presenting the views of state of Tamil Nadu or that of Andhra, has the role that climate change has played and the arguments that you are raising and presenting before the Supreme Court, has climate change been an issue that you take up when you present your views representing both of the governments?
Yes, as far as climate change is concerned, at least I can tell about Mulle Periyar, where a plea has been raised. You see, everybody knows that 2018 was the worst year Kerala had faced, followed by this year also. It was not as bad. But 2018, if you really analyze, in fact, we analyzed, in fact, a lot of writers have analyzed the flow conditions. In fact, the annual rainfall in that region is about 2,500 mm or 3,000 mm. June to September is about 1,500 to 1,600 mm. But what happened in that month was that year, August 2nd to 18th of August, we had a rainfall of 1,500 mm in Kerala. So if the 4 months of rainfall occurs in 10 days, it is going to cause havoc. So there is a climate change. Like now, as he rightly pointed out, what we had 110 rainy days is a shrink to 40 days. And even in this 40 days, if 1000 mm is split up into, it is not uniformly split. Suppose you get one day 500 mm of rain. It is possible. Some days coastal rainfall is almost 500 mm, 50 centimeters of rain. In fact, the highest recorded, at least I remember in Tanjore, that is about 67 centimeters of rain. In 1 year, I think 61 or 63. So those were at that time very few. But now, if you analyze in the last 10 years, the weather pattern has changed, climate has changed, and the rainfall, the occurrence of rainfall days are shedding, it is shrinking. So we have same rainfall, less number of rainy days. If same rainfall, if you have scattered, if we say 30 to 40 days, it is going to spread. You can save, store water, you can use water. But that weather pattern has changed. How far we have to adopt is a thing, because we can't harness that water because there is no storage. Because what rainfall occurs in the delta, it can't be stored. It has to be let down. But how to address that? Of course, engineers and the policy makers should find a way out to how to harness. Because as we all know, a lot of lakes and ponds and temple ponds have gone dry in Tamil Nadu. So we have to find ways to conserve those water. You can't conserve the entire extent. But this problem is going to be there. It's going to be further aggravated in the years to come. Because even if you see in Europe, you see floods in Europe. You have seen which flood was unheard of in the last 100 years. At least prior to 2010, I have not heard of any flood incident in Europe. But today, there also changed. China, you see every year. Asia, of course, we see. But Europe, we have never seen. So there is a climate change. There is an overall affectation of the weather. And in fact, there is every year, there is some study made by the international agency. They recommend certain measures. But of course, we have to see how to overcome this. Policy makers and engineers have to find ways out, because this is not going to stop now. It is going to occur next year also. Even now also we have seen what has happened in 3 days. So these are matters of concern. Policy makers and the government along with the technical people, should find ways out to conserve this water. How to conserve? It's a very difficult proposition, but we have to find ways out.
To you, I have a specific question on this. Like, what would be the impact on, long-term impact on climate change on the river systems in Tamil Nadu? Because you may be you may bring on your scientific outlook on it.
Yeah, rightly said by Mohammed sir. And the climate change, it is inevitable, and the world has going to face the consequence actually in terms of weather change. Before that, let me give you an introduction about. You might have heard about the term called weather, season, and climate. The weather is pertaining to a parameter change within a day. Temperature, precipitation, everything will change within a day. It's called weather. If anything will persist for 3 months, it is called season. For example, Kulubanali season, like April, summer, right? So that means a same meteorological parameter will prevail for a short period of time, maybe 3 to 4 months, which is called as a season actually. Then these parameters, namely temperature, wind, precipitation, will try to vary over the year, and at least you must experience change in temperature, precipitation, and all other parameters of meteorological parameters will vary or will shift from, let us say, from December to May, something like that. Then over the period of 3 decades at least, then it is called as a climate change. It is a long-term phenomenon. It is a long-term phenomenon. That means what we are experiencing is not now. It's actually, it happened in 1972 before industrialization, and now we are experiencing it. That means all the parameters will change over the period of nearly 3 decades actually. 3 decades. Now we are seeing the consequence actually. As rightly said that one of the Indians or the strength of the southern peninsula is the tank system. Everyone forgot actually, right? Nowhere in the world the tanks are available as much like southern peninsula. We have a huge tank system in southern India. Take it from Andhra, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu. Of course, forget about Kerala because it's slopey terrain. But these regions are highly blessed by God, I can say, by huge number of tanks. Now I'm coming to Tamil Nadu. We had 39,000 tanks actually. 39,000 tanks, which can hold nearly 340 TMC, right? 340 TMC of water actually. Now it's the right time to regenerate. As Sir rightly said that number of spells are very reduced. But that is the impact of climate change, which is called as a cloud burst. Cloud burst will just pour like anything, right? It pour like anything. But one of the beauty of the water is the same water will pour for 1 month, the ground 30 to 40%, right? Then you can store in the storage. But even within a day, a single day, the same water will pour, means it will fill, but the absorption rate will be very, very less. That means whatever is supposed to go within the ground for 40 days, it will go sir enough. That's what we are talking about. The structural bases are necessary under the concept of climate change. But you will have a resource actually. But preserving the resource is the biggest question actually. But maybe in the future, all the policies are, probably Sir is rightly pointed out, we had done for several studies for Mullai Periyar for dam water release, which is called as a reservoir operation. Yes. How much you are released for January, February, March, and so on, but we call it as a water year, June to May, right? There was a prescribed release by each reservoir, based followed by century back, but it is not going to applicable for in the future, near future, because the dams are going to fill within short period of time. Then the operating policy should be revised actually, which government is also keen on doing that actually, right? These are the impact of the climate change, though you have, but we are not allowing to precipitate for a long period of time so that the groundwater will improve, the water storage sectors will be sufficient to hold the water. But now the recharge will be reduced because of short spell, but the tanks will get filled, but it will overflow. After a month, the tanks will dry because everything will go into the ground. These are the geological, the hindrance what we have as water engineer actually, right?
Maybe you could add on some of the climate resilience strategies that are being adopted, other than a fixed amount of letting the water go, that this much any other climate resilience strategies that are being used, or at least being looking forward in the coming years that can be adopted to
but the
protect
government
and
of Tamil Nadu
preserve?
has given a huge project for Center for Climate Change, and they are working out. the various climate resilience action plan for Tamil Nadu in different sectors, like coastal sector, water sector, food sector, and urban heat island, and so many things actually. But it seems to be certain areas, the cropping pattern is going to change, or we have to change it based on the climate adaptability. But the productivity, you can manage it actually. But we have a lot of the AI system, IoT, Internet of Things, and artificial intelligence system. You can minimize the water usage, and you can harvest the same yield actually. For your surprisingly, have you heard about, Professor Umavit sir, have you heard about the paddy was irrigated only by flooding, right? Yes. But we have irrigated with a drip actually. Still you get a 90% yield, irrigation, still you will get a 90% same yield, but conservation 60%. Only 60% service, 40% without compromising the yield. That means there is technologies available, still without compromising the field. So these are going to be the future talk on climate change adaptability on irrigation sector, as well as drinking sector also. You have to go with the smart system and so on, right? So whenever the need arises, the technology will emerge actually. Will emerge, right? Will emerge.
Yeah, we are one step behind technology. Yeah,
add one thing. This infrastructure development in irrigation. See, we only think about building dams and canals, but how to conserve the water and minimize, like, that drip water. In fact, in Mauritius, I was there about 10 years back. Entire sugarcane is irrigated by drip water. In India, I have not seen. Somewhere it has started. But even paddy, as he said, Israel, because Israel is a small state, they have limited water resources. They use drip irrigation only. We have to invest in infrastructure, and because in the times to come, we are not going to get water unless we don't start investing in actual irrigation application of water, that is water use efficiency, and improve the irrigation system by putting in place the drip irrigation wherever feasible and possible, because it involves a huge expenditure, because our lands are in Tamil Nadu, the delta areas which is irrigated is about 15 lakh acres. 15 lakh acres, it may not be possible to provide drip irrigation, but wherever it is possible, we should try to invest money in infrastructure to cut down the water use and improve the system efficiency.
On that same note, may I just ask, everyone here would also be interested to, why aren't we learning? Why isn't Chennai learning from every year's experience? Because we are discussing about climate change, excess rainfall, unsustained development that is going on, and then there was rain this morning. So I would like you to share your opinion on what has happened every year. You know, we are unpredictability of Chennai rains and floods every time.
And maybe right, it is. Actually, thing is, again, it comes back. If any, Chennai was once upon a time, it was only we had 40 lakhs people, right? 40 lakhs people, and for the same 40 lakhs people, the resource available from Chambarambakam, Cholavaram, Pundi, and Pulal. River, normally people will dip and they will take a bath and they will go. But that is not the case in most of the country. In even Rhine driven from Europe also, it's the same case, and now it is regenerated after 40, 50 years of struggle actually. But coming back to the Chennai has a unique feature actually. For example, whether in Kerala you get a sufficient groundwater resource. I'm talking about hilly region or slope when you come to the right. Yeah. That's right. So, but you are getting 3,000 mm when you compare Tamil Nadu. Kerala receives 3,000 mm, 2,000, 3,000 mm as annual rainfall, whereas Chennai receives only 1,200. But we will have more groundwater resource than, because the slopey terrain, right? The slopey terrain which will transmit the water, even though it will enter into the ground, it will go to the ocean as a base flow. Whereas in a flat terrain, which will, because water needs to flow by gravity, right? It needs to flow by gravity. But when the slope is minimum, the water will flow very slowly. But Chennai is a typical terrain which is the least slope actually. We have an MSL, it's called a mean sea level, right? The Bay of Bengal, we have mean sea level, and this is the water level in the ocean, and this is a beach starting. This goes like this, maybe hardly 17 meters the elevation for nearly 40 kilometers actually, except Trisulam hills and things like that, airport hills. But all of we have a flat slope. That means water has to flow. It's take time actually. Most of the drainage system is normally designed by, as per norms, by the we have like Bureau standard. We have a lot of stormwater design of stormwater drainage norms. We normally provide 2 years, once in 2 years return period, 5 years and 10 years and 25 years and 100 years, 50 years and so on, based on the need actually. But generally the stormwater drains are designed for 5 years, 10 years, maximum 25 years. That is too much for 10 years, right? That means, which says that the drainage is capable of carrying whatever the rainfall will take place once in 10 years maximum. That is for it is designed actually. If you design for once in 100 years, it requires a huge waterway to transmit the water actually. But there is no land within the Chennai because already established actually. But it can be implemented in the new towns actually. But that is one of the key point. But moreover, maybe as a technical term, I will tell you, if I take this 1 liter of water, if I pour drop by drop in the same floor for 1 month, can you see any water will be available in the floor? If I pour the same water within 1 second or 1 minute, what will happen? That's all. The same quantity, how it is distributed, right? Now the rainfall is capable of managing the storm drains or things like that with only up to certain level actually. If everything is fall within the same day, it requires a time to discharge actually, which is called as a time of concentration. Or it has to go out. It has a travel time. Once the first water reaches the ocean, then the second water will go and reach. But before reaching, you will get to keep on the cloud burst is taking place. It has to find its own time to reach actually. So that is the technically I'm talking about, right? So yeah, we have that. As I said that since it is very slopey terrain, mild slope, we have ocean. We have a high tide and low tide, right? Based on the geological moon attraction, things like that. In a day itself. When the low tide takes place, then only the most of water from the river will enter into the ocean. When the high tides are taking place, it won't allow because the gravity is not sufficient to. So that's why it takes its own time. Whenever the low tide is available, then the water will enter into the ocean. Till that we have to wait actually. So it is a natural phenomenon. If at all you want to, the basic drawback of Chennai is it's a flat terrain. It's a flat terrain when you compare with, not only here, you talk about east coast of India, so the place where you call some deltas. Deltas are is basically flat terrains. We normally explain, we expect the local inundation. But I would like to mention, there is two distinguished definitions for flood and inundation actually. Generally, the flood means the water will overflow from the bank of the river. It should inundate the adjacent land, which should damage the properties and livelihood actually. It is a specific definition of flood actually. Whereas due to local depression and things like that, the improper drainage things like normally during rainfall it will get stagnated actually, which is not actually flood, it's a flood stagnation, water logging. That is the condition. But people will they have to think it in different aspect that now everything is not a flood, basically it's a water logging. It's because it's a low-lying area, right? So that's what actually I would like to mention, right?
I hope we are able to find some solutions to man-made problems in coming years. And then there is certainty on the events and the classes, right. So before moving on to the next segment that touches upon the socio-economic and community impacts on the water conflicts, may I just take 2 minutes to see if the audience would like to interact with our panelists and have any questions.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. Sir, my doubt is, what alternatives can Tamil Nadu take to reduce the dependency on Kaveri amidst the issues are going on? Is there any alternatives to reduce the dependency on Kaveri?
No, there is no alternative no alternative to Kaveri, because Kaveri is the major source for irrigation in the large extent of almost 25 lakh acres, which depends upon Kaveri waters. And out of this 25 lakh acres, 15 lakhs exclusively depend from Karnataka. Rest we generate from the other arms of Bhavani and Amravati. So Kaveri is the main source as far as Tamil Nadu is concerned. If we have to uh, change, not to depend upon Kaveri means you have to stop irrigating that 15 lakh acres. 15 lakh acres requires water from Kerala. And we can't manage that area because June to September, it's very difficult. We have no water resources. So we have to get water from Karnataka.
Is there any political or legal issues regarding the Supreme Court faces regarding the issues going on?
No. See, legal issues as of now, as I said, Supreme Court has given approval to the tribunal's judgment of allocation of waters. What has the Supreme Court done is saying that June to September, Tamil Nadu has to be ensured 140 TMC in a normal year. Normal year means normal monsoon, normal yield. Suppose in a year of a distress year, we can't get 140, it is proportionately reduced. If that 140 TMC comes between June to September, Tamil Nadu has a pattern of releases. They have their own operating procedures. They release water so that water is ensured to them. So like last year, this year we didn't have a problem because initially we had a problem, but June we had surplus water. So the Mettur was full, so we were able to take care of this year's irrigation. But in a year of distress, there is a problem. Because then, if you don't get 140 TMC water during June to September, your area has to be reduced. Unless you have some good rainfall in the southwest monsoon in the command areas. Because command areas means straight away the rainfall is falling on the land if it can be utilized. I can give one example which was in 1987-88, which was a very bad year meteorologically. In that year, Tamil Nadu received only 65 TMC of water from Mettur, from Karnataka. But we had a bumper crop in that year. In fact, Dr. Swaminathan, in fact, I was telling her, Dr. Swaminathan is an eminent scientist. He was the witness on behalf of Tamil Nadu before the tribunal. Mr. Nariman, who was appearing for Karnataka, cross-examined him. He says 87-88 is a year in which you manage with 65 TMC. Why don't you make that as a rule? He said exceptions cannot be a rule. It is an outlier. That happened because that year we had analyzed the rainfall pattern. During June to September, although we don't get good rainfall in southwest monsoon, we had regular rainfall. Every 10 days we had one spell of rain. So that could take care of. With that also could recharge the groundwater. Groundwater was utilized in that year a little more. And Med was opened as against 12th June, it was opened on 9th November. So we managed that year. So that year was an exceptional case because rainfall was scattered, well distributed. If you have a well distributed rainfall, like he said, 1200 mm is well distributed during the crop growth season. We don't require Mettur. But that doesn't happen because southwest monsoon we hardly get 300 mm of rain. And whereas we require more than 700 mm of rain, which we don't, and that 300 mm also is not well spread. Because ultimately, meteorologically, if the rainfall is, that's why there is a two concept. One is irrigated crop and a rain-fed crop. Rain-fed crop is exclusively depends on rainfall. Our cropping system is not dependent on the rain-fed. It is a irrigated crop. So we need irrigation from Karnataka, water from Karnataka.
Would you like to add anything to? Yeah, please.
So to add to this, actually, as I said, that he was asking about why can we depend only on our resources rather than depending on the right. So as I said, that my first question, the watershed is a basin as event for development. So portion of the watershed falls on the Karnataka. The catchment falls on the Karnataka. Eventually, the runoff has to generate from there 50%, and it has to come to Tamil Nadu. So that you can't stop it actually. Whenever the excess, they have to transfer it. They can hold the full water actually. Whenever the crisis occurs, then they have their own priority. Maybe see the water rights. No, it is a beautiful. One can interpret actually based on seasonal water right, based on the individual water right, based on the culture and so many things, right? So some people will give a priority for the cultural activities. Some people will give the least important to the culture. So the India has a different view on addressing the water based on the geography and so many blah, 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 right? So you can depend, for example, to answer your question, if Tamil Nadu receives 3000 mm rainfall, then the same catchment can yield the same TMC of water within Tamil Nadu, but we don't have a structure to store, right? But it won't happen. Thing is, all sudden from 1000 to 3000 it is not a magic, Maybe once as an outlier, it may take place. That of hardly we can receive maximum of 1,800, that's all right. Not more than that actually, right? So there is a compromise between either you have to increase the rainfall quantity for the same area, or you have to extend the area with the least quantity of rainfall. So this is where the conflicts arises between the state. Again, as I said that it is a transboundary. So hydrology is the same. Only the administrative procedures are different between the state actually, right? Maybe as the government is trying to make as everything is a common grid, like your power grid, right? Power is all India, throughout India it's a common grid. Now the water is going to be no more is a state subject, and all the links should be levers should be linked by the government of India, and wherever from surplus basin to deficit basin. Of course, in Tamil Nadu, we are in the monsoon nearly to 177 TMC goes as a surplus to the ocean, but that it doesn't mean that you can't allow, you can't stop actually, because the coastal ecosystem need water actually for its survival actually, like fishes and all of mangroves, so many things. You can't stop all the 200 TMC actually, right? So hydrology or ecology, it requires the water on its own, right? Maybe to for a joking, it was in 2006 actually in Netherlands. They were talking about the water rights. Then they called us a gendered water. So gender also has a right to assess the water actually. And their dimensions are, for example, in your house, maybe sit please. In your house, the women are most are utilizing are exposed to the water actually. They have more right in decision making, but they are least included actually, right? In house as well as in irrigation sector, is socially I'm talking about. But the question was raised, in a house, if a male, the housewife and then child, let it be a small child. If the child wants to play, right, in a water with a tub, it is the child right, you have to provide water actually, right? So that means you see the water right, how it goes actually. Even if you don't take bath, that doesn't matter, but his rights should be given, right? So it goes beyond the rights, it's beyond geopolitical, goes economic, social, so many sides actually, right? So, right, that's what I would like to mention, right? It will persist, right? So.
Maybe you would like to touch upon the unification of the river systems in India. You have a history and association with that project as well.
There is a concept of interlinking, which was evidenced by K.L. Rao, the then irrigation minister for Andhra. He had a long vision. So he started off this project. Of course, in 1972 when it was conceived, it was linking of Himalayan rivers and the peninsular rivers. And one of this is from waters from Godavari to Kaveri, which is to come, which is in pipeline. But of course, the linking never took off. But just our President Abdul Kalam wrote a letter to then Chief Justice of India. Then this matter was taken up. Interlinking was examined. Then ultimately Supreme Court said they disposed of by appointing a committee. And there are several components. Of course, so far, to my knowledge, only one project has been taken up, that is Ken Betwa, which is Madhya Pradesh and UP, for which the DPR was detailed project report, which is to be prepared, was done way back in 2010 or 12. So that took off only in 2021. Other than that, in southern Godavari is still been talking about. In fact, Gadkari ji was also talking about, because he wanted to also make it as a navigational use, this water. So he wants to use that. But it is still to take place. But interlinking ultimately has to take place, and one day or the other, because cost is going up. At that time, in 1972, it was conceived at that time was 55,000 crores. Now today, if you can just multiply by 10 times, it will be much more than that. But see, every year we have floods and we have spent huge money on this. A time should come that we have to explore the possibility of interlinking. And because now every year Godavari, almost 1600 TMC goes to sea between June to September. This water cannot be harnessed unless some project, in fact, you can't harness the entire 1600, at least you can harness the 300 to 400 TMC by diverting somewhere else. But these are things which the government is also thinking, policy holders are also to take care of it, because in the long run, the available water is limited, because hydrological cycle is one, water evaporates from seawater, becomes cloud, comes back to the earth, uses, then something is recharged by groundwater. So the water, quantum of water is going to remain the same. So if you harness this water, well and good. time to come when we have to invest on this infrastructure. Because interlinking, again, there are some problems because some states, the donor state always welcomes, donor state says, no, 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 I don't get water during lean season, I don't want to give this water, although the water goes to sea. But these are the things which now the impetus has gone down. Earlier, the government was very serious, the central government, because water is a national subject. Water is, of course, a state subject as far as intrastate is concerned, interstate is concerned. But Supreme Court has itself said water is a national asset. So nobody can claim exclusive ownership. Water belongs to everybody. If water belongs to everybody, how to harness, because ultimately harnessing this water, which is very difficult, but in the long term, we have to find solution. Today, after about 30 years back, nobody thought about solar power. Today we have solar power. Solar power is 15 rupees. Today it's 3 rupees a unit. So science has advanced, technology has advanced. We have to find ways to see that somehow we harness this flood water and interlink the project. Interlinking has to be taken forward. At least the peninsular component. Himalayan component, maybe you will have the ecological environmental problem of cutting across the mountain, which may be difficult. But peninsular rivers, we have to find ways out to do this interlinking.
Do you agree with this, or would you like to add?
Probably rightly pointed out. And the interlinking was actually is a vision of the government of India. And K.L. Rao, he was for some time with our center actually, Center for Water Resources. The center was started in 1956 actually. 1956, we have generated a lot of water proposals for government of India as well as for the state actually. The interlinking concept actually we have been talking about, technically is feasible, but ecologically, politically, because state subject, right, and financially, how it is economically viable, or socially acceptable, or environment friendly. These are things should be addressed actually, right? So, but one of the crux of this interlinking is that, like, let us say, if you have, this is your mountain region, where as far said that from Godavari, it is nearly 16,000 cuses goes as a waste actually, sorry, TMCs goes as a waste in 4 months of time. But the geography, because the water has to transmit it interlinked by gravity. You can't pump so much of quantity. But the levels should permeate from one state to other state by gravity so that the maximum area can get benefited by diverting water. For example, if you divert the water from the Krishna Godavari from here and reaches to the Tamil Nadu, this level, and here beyond this level you have within 100 kilometers only you have a coastal zone, then the diversion is useful. That means this is one of the biggest cuts geographically, right? That means you have to find the way as alternatives to see where exactly you can fetch it and how much minimum cutting and filling so that the maximum by gravity you can transfer so that the irrigation, because ultimately we want to transfer this water for the irrigation and drinking security, right? So that is the main thing. But we are making a tunnel, we are through a ocean and a mountain. Technologies are, but as I said that cost economically is it feasible, socially it is acceptable, and environmentally it is friendly. Because there is one myth, I said that, because in Himalaya, normally the Ganges and things are perennial, even without water, melt will take place, right? When you try to connect the river system, the environment all felt that when there is a linkage between two different ecosystems, then the transfer of this, when you assume that the water flow from the north to middle of the India and south is coming, when the water is continuous, the temperature profile also will transfer. So then there will be a change in the whole ecosystem. Those are the environmental concerns actually. So that's what I said that you have solution, but right. So ecologically, environmentally, and socially, right. People, right? So
yeah, water has its own cultural association and impacts as well. So maybe on this slide itself, could you share, since you have engaged with the community-led initiatives on how we are restoring water and we are storing for future purposes, maybe you could shed a light on the community-led initiatives that are aimed to build water resilience and how to effectively and efficiently better manage the local available water resource.
I'll just say, see, there are local bodies, even in fact, many of the states have their own village-wise, their law permits, village-wise community development of local tanks. and other things where they can optimize conserve the water which is coming, storing the rainfall water. Like in Rajasthan, it's a desert, hardly any rainfall. Now there, they have developed the concept of water harvesting in local ponds. The people used to walk almost 20 kilometers to get a pot of water. So there they have harnessed. In fact, the award which has been given, Magsaysay Award, he is the man who conserved water in the desert. So we have to find ways to see that this community development, they take the initiative, because ultimately everything government cannot do. The local community, of course, we have the municipal, we have the power vested with the local bodies. Local bodies have funds, so they should identify how to conserve water and see that this is water is being, at least for drinking water, they can use this drinking and their own local domestic requirements for animals, cattle and all they require. So these things, the local bodies should be empowered. Although local bodies are there, district-wise, village-wise, local panchayats can be empowered to do that.
All right. Rightly said that. And the community level participation is the paramount important, actually, right? So anything should start from the bottom, right? Rather than being a top-down approach, it should be grassroots level, right? So one example case, actually, with the funded by government of, the German government, along with through rural development, and one Urani, which is called as a small pond, a community pond, taken up for studies along with the NGO, Dawn Foundation, is an NGO, and the main purpose is to make sure the village should be self-sustainable for drinking, at least drinking throughout the year, actually, throughout the year. And technically, we are from the hydraulic side, and we also have had a collaboration with the environmental science, and from NGO side and socialist side also we have people, actually. And maybe for nearly 4 to 5 months, intensive study has been carried out technically, and we protected the catchments, right? Protect catchment free from defecation, open defecation, as well as animal things like that. And we earmarked then based on the rainfall quantity, whether the Urani is sufficient to fill the water or not, actually. That we estimated, and surprisingly, they have a huge quantity of water the tank can store, actually. They can store, and we have made a supply channel to the tank, and we have designed the Urani based on the demand of the people, actually. People, the nearly 500 people, actually, in a village, they have to travel almost 3 kilometers for drinking water supply, because there is no groundwater, because it is near the coast, actually. So groundwater will be saline, actually. They are depend only on the surface water, actually. So through this, the intervention, technological intervention, water has been diverted, and we estimated the size should be little bit widened, or deep, it should be deepened as well as it should be widened, and we are given the cross section of the pond should be revamped to 20% excess in terms of length, width, as well as the depth, actually. Then that year they had a rainfall. We also provided the silt traps to avoid maximum debris and things like that. After a spell of 1 month shower, the tank was full, and the people were not entitled to get into the tank to fetch the water, actually. Instead, from the tank, we have made a horizontal filter. So the water will filter based on natural geology, and on the bund of the lake, we have provided the well, community well. There the people will fetch, actually. They can fetch by bucket, and they will, because once you allow them to enter into the Urani, then they will make all, because the basic mindset we have to change. We have to inculcate that importance of water, actually. So we made a fencing, and they are allowed to take the water from the thing. And surprisingly, after a year, the water was almost 9 months, because the next 3 months is a monsoon season. So we need not to design for the 12 months demand, actually. Once you design for only 9 months, that will take care of when water goes down, the monsoon will start, it will get filled, actually. Then this was taken by government of Tamil Nadu as a pilot model village, and to demonstrate for all the foreign investors. Normally they will take it, actually. You talk about, means I am talking about only one Urani is a classical example. It is near Chengalpattu, Thirukkalgundur block. You talk about only small village of the community of 500, and after that, the operation maintenance was given with the local body itself, because they have to feel that it's their property. So when you have a ownership, then you will have a responsible, right? So only one project is making such much difference. You think of 13 tanks are available in Tamil Nadu, and how much wonder you can do it actually if you do it properly.
Yeah, thank you. It's very interesting. After all, we're dependent on what Indra Bhagavan gives, and with climate change, Indra Bhagavan is going bananas. That we know. Okay. Now, you, Dr. Saravanan, you briefly touched on cropping pattern change as a solution. From your center, are you doing some research, especially from the perspective of virtual water and water footprints? And what I have in mind, and this is just for the students, water footprint, for example, what we call industrial chicken or broiler chicken, we call them, a kilogram has 4,000 liters of water in it. Whereas a free-ranging chicken, which is not fed industrial, feed, has only 1,500, which is 1/3. Okay, the same. You had a cup of coffee, that's 140 liters of water embedded in a cup of coffee. Now, there's a move that we should be reducing our water footprint in everything, from the shirt we have to the food, especially food, because food waste globally, it has been estimated, accounts, if food waste all over the world was taken into one country, it would be the 3rd highest emitter of greenhouse gases. Now, that's something we can really do something about. Now, with water footprint, the idea is that with cropping pattern change, if you went away from high water intensive crops like sugarcane and rice and all to millet and these other crops, then your footprint would come down dramatically, and moreover it's much more nutritious. Now in India I noticed, and this is a comment I would want from you, I read that Mr. Modi has gone for this campaign of millet or whatever, Now, that in India, many things are top down. In Nepal, what's happening is there's a bottom-up thing going on. We practically don't have a government. That's another issue. But bottom-up, what is happening is the tourism operators have discovered, belatedly means about 5-10 years ago, that when tourists come to Nepal, they're not immediately interested in eating hamburgers. They want to try local stuff. And then we have 124 ethnic groups in each ecological niche of the mountains. Each have a very, very specific food habit, very dependent on what is locally grown. So millet, suddenly we found out every food production in Nepal is going down. Millet production is just shooting up. Why? Because ethnic restaurants, a lot of them need millet and maize for their particular item, So in a sense, it's market driven, this shift that's going on. So what is the kind of research that, say, your center and others are doing in India to reduce the water footprint? Because if that happened, then maybe we can counter Indra Bhagavan in his madness.
Right. So thank you, sir, for rightly pointing out the water footprint as well as virtual water actually. For the younger generation, they should be aware what is water footprint and what is virtual water actually. And I fully agree with you. Whenever you go with the processed food actually, the generation is required only processed food actually. If you convert from one farm to other farm, it requires water actually, right? So that's where we made a mistake actually. To preserve the water for long period of time, you have to invest huge water for preserving in the form of processing, which is called as a value added actually, But as long as you consume without processing, the water footprint will come down. With that, you can enjoy the same paddy. With the same paddy or water intensive crop actually. As sir said that in those days, 180 days is the samba period. Now the same samba we can harvest within 120 to 140 days you can harvest. So that means the varieties have come down, but the water requirement for paddy is 1.2 meter for the base period of nearly 120 days. But for the same 90 days, less than 90 days, 70 to 80 days, you'll get pulses and things like that, which requires only 700 mm or 500 to 700 mm, which is 3/4 of what actually is required, right? So apart from that, there is a lot of health conscious issues are going on. By eventually, the carbohydrates need to be reduced, only other intakes will be more, and that's why the people are very vigilant in consuming the foods, but they don't bother about the eating or things like that. Now they want processed food because they want everything ready in their hand. If you open the fridge, you can take and heat it and you can eat it. For that you have to process it actually. But all your conventional, the cereals and the grains are not, you have to process, you have to cook it and make all these bala bala bala, then you'll come to your plate actually. Now heat it and you can eat it actually, which requires the processing actually, right? For processing, as you said that, when you try to minimize the water footprint in the processing industries, especially for food sector, you can see the footprint will come down drastically, even without compromising our the food production. The main concern is, as Sir was telling about M.S. Swaminathan Foundation, M.S. Swaminathan is a Green Revolution man, and he can manage with the 67 TMC of water actually, right? He was a man to promote for Green Revolution, right, campaign and things like that, but we forgot to encourage those times the millets. Now it is a country, right? The country, now they are aware that millet is also on par with the other food actually, right? So they felt that the food security is the main concern for the India those days actually, right? So no one should feel hunger. So that is the main mantra at the time. Now we are, production wise we are safe, but still how to minimize the footprint is a question mark. The Center for Water Resources has done a lot of studies on change of cropping plan based on the water availability in the basin level, like Chittar Basin, Tamra Vaigai Basin, and so many things we have based on the water availability. The government, we had recommended to the government in a basin level, what kind of crops you have to grow for this season and which command. For example, we have a head reach, middle reach, tail reach, and based on the reaches also, we recommend to the government. The government has also policy, which is fed by the reservoir system. The government has a cropping plan for the farmer, but they will release the quantity based on the cropping plan suggested by the government. But the farmers,
they will decide what they
will decide actually, right? That is the main
But
thing.
one more thing I would like to add in this is, like the crops, what is to be grown, like millet is a irrigated dry crop. Paddy is a wet crop, as you said, more than 1200 mm. But now nature of soils, in Kaveri Delta, the nature of soil is not conducive for millet. Whereas in Karnataka and other areas, because they have red soils, because see, soil depends upon the crop you grow. Of course, you can grow paddy in a red soil. Desert also you can grow paddy, but you need 3000 mm. So in Tamil Nadu,
I am talking about 2008, talking about water right from the catchment. So who owns the land in the catchment? They have the right to stop the water, not allowing to the river system actually, right? That was dealt in the Nepal when I was in 2008 actually. There is a conference on water management, and so that was the question raised by the concerned department of the WRD department, like what we have water department. The peoples were fighting. Whatever the runoff generated from my own catchment to the river system, I have all the rights to stop it. I can make a check dam, I can conserve it, I can use it. But one small thing I would like to add regarding rainwater harvesting, and your millet said that not only the things, the basic quality for the change of cropping plan is the nature of soil. A particular soil can grow with 3 or 4 types of But which one is suitable based on the water availability, we can plan. But in a delta region, as I said, that is mostly like a fine clay, and where you have only the paddy is the thing, because waterlogging is a problem. Whereas for your pulses and things, they're free from waterlogging. So much of constraints are available, right? Constraints are available, and right. So these are all the some of the points. Maybe virtual water is the biggest area which one has to debate actually, right? Which is basically it is treated as an economic good actually, right? Virtual water actually, right?
We have one more question. Hello, sir. My name is Amrisha. I am a freshwater law scholar. Since I have you here, I would like to know, in the past few decades, have you observed any change in water availability of Kaveri River Basin or the river ecology as such, which might ensure availability of water in Kaveri for future? If scientifically, have you observed some? I'm asking this because I have not seen the concern being discussed in a water law disputes between the states. They only talk about sharing of water. Nobody talks about the availability of water or the reasons behind which might ensure the availability of water. So if you can tell me something about it. Thank you. And sir, you please shed light if I'm wrong.
No. Availability of water in any river depends upon rainfall. There is no other source for water. Water is only rainfall.
But,
yes.
Sorry, pardon me. Water is rainfall, but since we are talking continuously that we are not respecting the river ecology as much, we are encroaching upon it, we are building upon it. So what impact will that have, especially underground water extraction, sand mining, or building upon in that region, the entire river ecology, the kind of biota it has, or the aquatic lifestyle it has? So what impact will that have given the climate change in future?
I agree. These effects, ill effects which will affect the rainfall pattern maybe, because suppose you are playing with the soil, you are playing with the soil erosion, or all these problems which you are talking about. Ultimately, rainfall pattern keeps changing. Okay, now, because if ultimately for a river, any river, rainfall is the main source for at least in the southern regions. West in the Himalayas, it's a snow-fed river, there's no problem. You have rainfall also. But in the southern peninsula, we only depend exclusively on rainfall. If rainfall, when it's going to be affected, because rainfall originates from Western Ghats, from the cloud generated during the entire year. It has the weather pattern, the pattern is. But how will the rainfall will be affected by all these encroachments or the ecology and environment is a matter which is, of course, I'm not competent person to answer. He may be able to answer, but I'm only saying that rainfall only contributes, but the river water disputes, what do they concern? The available water, how it has to be apportioned between the party states depending upon the respective needs. The first need is, of course, the drinking water, then the irrigation. But the water availability exclusively depends upon only rainfall, and the ill effects of these things may have some impact on the overall rainfall pattern. Because you see, now in every river, we assess the yield of a river. Yield of a river is assessed based on some statistical data. We have, say, 100 years of data, out of which 75 years, if you get X amount of water, we say 75% dependability or 50% dependability. Like in Kaveri, they have taken 50% dependability as 740 TMC, the entire yield of the river. If 50% of the years, more than 50%, you are going to get more than 740, less than 50, less than 740. But average is 740 is the 50% dependability. This 50% dependability may get affected depending upon the rainfall, but how much it will have an effect on all these things which you have suggested is a matter to be examined scientifically, whether it has an impact, because ultimately it's the weather pattern which is going to be affected by all these factors is a thing which is a matter of concern, which of course.
And just to give you a background, I'm asking this because there is an institute, Amarkantak University. Yeah. So they have some 25 years of data, and they have been observing based on GIS and remote sensing that some of the tributaries of Narmada are not even in a state which can be rejuvenated. We are losing those tributaries as carrying good water capacity.
In terms of water quality or water quantity?
Both. Some of them are just no longer available, like dead.
But
if you can tell me scientifically,
or
hydrologically.
I can tell you, as I said, that the main source for water is only rainfall. right? It has to, once rainfall takes place, automatically the river will start actually. We have a order of streams. So the river is the final version of the water flow. Before that we have a streams actually, major streams, minor streams and tributaries, right? And so on, right? When a river basin has more number of tributaries, and that river will have a rich in water quantity actually. When it has a least number of streams, and you will have a flash flood and it will vanish very easily actually, right? If you talk about Amazon forest, which is a high denser forest, and throughout the year will get the water actually, right? Because it is denser forest, it has a huge network of streams and which will try to feed, right? It takes long time to reach the river, whereas the same Kaveri, I think so, it purely depends on rainfall. But now you are talking about the Kentucky University, they are talking about the water availability in terms of quantity and quality of Narmada, right? So, but here, sir will agree, the data sharing is one of the important point within the state actually, right? Within the state, right? If I am belongs to X state, you are belongs to Y state, right? If I am saying that I am only getting this much quantity of rainfall based on my observation, and you are telling that no, you are wrong, and you are getting actually this much, right? That is the biggest question mark actually, right? That is the biggest question mark, right? So it depends on the transparent data sharing. That's the biggest debate on technological side. Once you have a transparent data set, you can have all kind of, right? I don't want to mention more than this actually, right? More than this, right? Which has a lot of implications. But they have to depend on the respective state, right?
I can tell you a practical example.
Yeah.
We have between Tamil Nadu and Kerala, Karnataka and Kaveri. See, there is a rainfall data is available. Rainfall runoff, there is a coefficient which you can estimate what is the quantum comes. But we have written to the authorities saying that this amount of rainfall should have got this much of water, but actually this much of water has not come to the river. The Karnataka is exploiting somewhere or using somewhere. Why don't you verify this? So far, last 4 years we have been writing, nothing has been done. But of course, they are transferring some water somewhere, because otherwise, where is the water going? If there is a rainfall occurring, rainfall recharge relationship is there. So we don't get that kind of, suppose the state abstracts, they don't give the data, because now we have found out some 3 TMC, some accounting is there. But there are more, in fact, even 0.5 TMC is crucial in a deficit here. So these data exchange doesn't take place. That is, in spite of an authority being there, it has not taken place, because we have found that the rainfall runoff correlation has not been able to be established by the authority, which they have to do it, unless they don't establish that authority, because you may get X amount of rainfall, but it may not yield to the country, because whenever rainfall occurs, it occurs in streams, ultimately comes, but it's also used in the paddy fields also en route. But the rainfall runoff relationship, that statistical study has to be done by Central Water Commission, which they normally do, but they are not able to find answers for this problem because of some lack of sharing of information. No, satellite data will be available for what is the rainfall occurs. But satellite you can find out what all areas have been, like remote sensing data you can use. Suppose they are using more area under irrigation. But these are all areas where we can find out and...
yeah, maybe to add actually, that's what, because from word of mouth you can understand. But I said very politely, I said that we have technology, we have weather radar actually. Weather radar will predict the rainfall intensity, depth in advance. Before it takes place, you can, based on the cloud intensity, now the radars are capable of capturing the cloud density, how much depth of precipitation you can expect. Those technologies are available. Based on that, you can predict. As I said that, one of the crux of the point is, you have rainfall, right? I will take the bottle of water. I will pour on the one bottle here. The same one bottle in this sofa. Where you will get more water? You just tell me, where you will get more runoff? Right. That means, whatever you pour here, 90% has to generate as a runoff, which is called as a runoff coefficient. That's what he said. When you pour here, 10% only runoff, 90% absorb. So that means so much of rainfall is taking place in a catchment, in a mountain region. This is supposed to be a quantity should be realized at the gauging station. But that is not realized. Doesn't mean that whether the areas are converted to, or as he said that it's diverted somewhere actually. So we have a relation, technically you can estimate, but that is where we are lagging. Because that's why they are also struggling to give a judgment, right?
I hate to interrupt, but yeah, but it was an interesting question,
Yeah,
right?
finally, I conclude. You were talking about any river system. It has its own resilience, even as a human system, right? You can take your body for granted up to certain time for a disease actually. If you don't address that issue, your body you'll be no more. So likewise, any river system it has its own resilience. You are talking about ecological aspect, right? When a river system is not getting continuously over the period of water, then you lose the ecosystem in future. You will have a river, but the species will migrate, and that will be there actually. So that's why maybe in the 2 decades back, in the revised NWP National Water Policy, the last 27 point is the environmental flow. They included, but that was not there before the right. First two policies not there. That was included specifically
After the
Kaveri Award. There should be a minimum environmental flow, which is called as to take care of the river ecosystem actually, in terms of quality and in terms of quantity actually.
Thank you for the questions, and due to paucity of time, we are just wanting to wind up. And but I would like to know towards the end, since the audience that we are addressing here are potential future lawyers, right? And they would be very much interested to know how they can in future associate in the field that is as important as rivers, right? Or as water, as a resource, as a commodity. And maybe slightly you can touch upon the role and that judiciary and tribunals have in mitigating these challenges and problems, and how they may see in future as potential a water or a lawyer, as the case may be. So both of you, your thoughts on that.
So I would like to only add a few things. See, we have a machinery which is an act, Interstate River Water Disputes Act, which facilitates in adjudicating a water dispute. And there are amendments which has taken place from time to time. Now it has been made as a decree of the Supreme Court. But the real problem comes, what we once said doesn't follow the dictum of the decision. There is no remedy available. We have to go back to Supreme Court. So Supreme Court again has to see what is the problem, because the adjudicated decision is not implemented, we have a problem. But to address this, the Interstate Water Disputes Act, an amendment bill was introduced in the previous parliament, not in this parliament, in which they had provided for a permanent water tribunal. And the permanent water tribunal, because there are several water disputes which are pending in the country, so they wanted to have a permanent water disputes tribunal. So one of the idea which was, in fact, I had mooted through some Rajya Sabha MP to be considered was, this permanent water disputes tribunal should take care of the implementation of the decision of the tribunal instead of going to Supreme Court back, because since there is going to be a permanent tribunal, this tribunal should take care of all these problems with regard to implementation, because Supreme Court doesn't have time to deal with these disputes, because these disputes have to be taken up immediately. Because if I want a release of 2 TMC of water tomorrow, I can't wait for 15 days for the pleadings to be completed. So this amendment was sent to some select committee which has not come up. I think this parliament, possibly this bill will come through. Once this comes through, there is going to be a permanent water disputes tribunal which should be empowered to deal with the post-decision implementations. Of course, then if that comes through, to some extent, this problem of implementation of the decision of the tribunal could be addressed. Otherwise, there is a mechanism. This is the adjudicating body. Here's all the party states. Evidence is let in, the scientific evidence with regard to availability, cropping pattern, all these evidences, they go into it. And then ultimately, they come to a conclusion by apportioning the waters between the party states. But implementation is always a problem. Like normally in the lawyers we say, the problem for the litigant starts after the decree he gets. The implementation is a big problem. That continues to remain, but we need to address that problem. In the overall, the parliament is concerned with that, and some decision should come through.
Thank you for to conclude. for the
Yeah,
the
yeah,
future
your
generation of
concluding remarks and
future,
also
future
how
generation.
they may be interested. Suppose they want to take water as an area.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Right.
And, to conclude, I said that the water has its own way of action flowing and things like that. It has a different dimension based on the whoever is using and whoever is owning, right? So the laws are different based on the water is common, right? Water has never has safe and never color and so on. Who owns the water? They have they can mold. For example, if it is given to lawyer, they can mold like, if it is given to scientist, we can mold like that, right? If it is given to a doctor, he will see what is the pathogens and things like that, so and so on. So what is a common commodity? And as a lawyer, because I little bit know about the water law, because being in the water sector, so it is my own interest to understand what exactly is going on, things like that. So being a lawyer and you are going to become judge and so many things, you have to address the issues holistically. As far as water is concerned, right, holistically, you should also have a different dimension about the water rather than thinking in a single dimension. The judgment should come from different sectors or from stakeholders of the water users, and you have to come to a consensus and which will be the feasible, right, or equitable concern that you have to arrive. So my only concern is don't focus only on as a the legal term. You also should broaden your mind towards the wherever the waters are utilized and what are other avenues or the water will have impact. So many things you have to bring into your judgment, and then you can make that's so the future scope of the lawyer. Don't think it as a single dimension. You think laterally and come to a conclusion. You have a lot of scopes, and maybe it is going to evolve. Maybe as Sir will rightly accept, we had a very minimum law in national water policy long back. Over the year, it is all evolving, right? Evolving in future, right? As I said, that gender and water, a small child. So like that, the law will keep on add actually based on the need actually, based on the evolution. It will evolve. So my only concern is you see that everything holistically and try to approach it and come to a good lawyer. That's my final conclusion for the young the lawyer actually. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to both of you, Dr. Saravanan and also Advocate Umapati, and also to the audience here, Ms. Amrisha and also Mr. Deepak Gyavali, and also to my fellow colleagues and all the students and all the participants who are here. And with this, I would like to end this session. I hope it was an interesting and a learning experience for me. I hope that you had immense pleasure in interacting with all of us.
It was really a pleasure. We had a good interaction, and I hope everybody learned something from what little bit knowledge we could contribute.
Yes. Yeah, I will also agree with really sharing this session along with the Umar sir is really a great pleasure, and being with Vinay, right? So really, a lot of the thinking about the dimension of the law through your interaction, and really. From Nepal study and from other point of view. Really it was enjoying, I really enjoyed, and maybe you should, because I am an odd man out, right? I am telling, whatever I said, yeah, because whatever suggestion or what are the points I raised, purely based on the hydrology as a person actually, right? So how the hydrology can help in taking a decision, either by bureaucrats as well as by the policymakers actually. That's what my main intention actually, by sharing all this information. Ultimately, it goes to the finally the law, right? So that is the law. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. I would also take this opportunity to extend my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Anand Padmanabhan and also to the organizers of Center for Promotion of International Law for giving me the opportunity for moderating this wonderful panel discussion. I would also like to extend my heartfelt thanks to the support staff that has engaged through and through and been there for the smooth execution of this program. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good afternoon, esteemed guests, respected dignitaries and participants and student volunteers. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the valedictory ceremony of International Conference on Rivers. Over the past 2 days, we have engaged in insightful discussions and deliberations on challenges and opportunities surrounding our river. Now I request all you to rise for Tamil Taivalthu.
நீராறும் கடலொடுத்த நிலமடந்தை எழிலொழுகும் சீராரும் வதனமென திகழ்வரத கண்டமிழே எக்களமும் அதிசிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு பிறை முதலும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிழமை திறமியந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே.
I would like to request our Dean, Dr. Anand, to felicitate Advocate Gopinathan, sir. I request Professor Nabila to felicitate Sri Kalyan Jabak, sir. I request Professor Jarna, Assistant Dean Career Service, to felicitate Sanjay Sharma. Now I request Professor Abhinandita to felicitate Sanjay Mehta, sir. To provide an overview of the various discussion and outcomes, now I request our Dean to address the gathering.
I think thank you so much, Professor Sangamitra. I think I'm the wrong person to provide an overview because the last few days, I think we've all been running around to ensure that this is a memorable experience for all speakers, panelists, and most importantly, the paper presenters who put in all the effort to bring together a body of research. Really what I will seek to do is to sort of take us back in time to when we started planning this event. But before that, allow me to welcome our guests on the dais. We have three of our very valued partners from Messrs. Surana and Surana, who's a knowledge partner to this firm. We have Mr. Kalyan Jabak, Mr. Sanjay Mehta, and Mr. Sanjay Sharma. And of course, we have Advocate Gopinathan, who has been a pillar of support to the Vinayaka Mission's Research Foundation through the past 2 decades or more. and who also helps us with our work at Vinayaka Missions Law School. Thank you very much, sir. I also welcome yet again all our distinguished speakers, our paper presenters, my dear colleagues at the faculty, non-teaching faculty, and of course all my dear students. So a part of what we set out to do when creating Vinayaka Missions Law School is to have interdisciplinary conversations, is to sort of start opening up the box when it comes to understanding legal research. Often, as a young law student back in the day, around 15 years back, I felt that we were skilled or equipped in many ways to navigate the complexities of text, but that is really all that we were skilled at. You know, we were really trained to sort of look at an enactment and start, demystifying it or breaking it down into various concepts, and that is really what the common law model of teaching law was all about. It took me a good 6 years in my own personal journey. After writing a book, I landed in the United States to do my master's at UPenn, and that is when I realized that there is so much more to law than law. You know, and in fact, those who are good lawyers are ones who really get that very early on in their life. Of course, I understood the meaning of legal realism for the first time in my life after having done a bunch of jurisprudence courses at NLSIU Bangalore. I still never really understood what realism is till someone told me that, look, when judges think about outcomes, they already have some outcomes in their mind. And most often the outcomes have very little to do with the written law and have much more to do with the impact of what the verdict they are going to issue. So outcomes matter, and particularly outcomes which are driven by environmental consequences, outcomes which are driven by economic consequences matter a lot. And this tussle between the economy and the environment is in fact a very important recurring theme that has kept coming up all through my own career as a young lawyer and subsequently a public policy professional. And it is a theme that keeps recurring even when we look at our Supreme Court's jurisprudence. And it's a theme that keeps gaining relevance when we talk about law school that is getting involved in research. So really, in many ways, that was the core objective behind this conference, that we bring together a community of researchers who are not only from the legal field, but also, and more importantly, from other fields and other disciplines, who can come and inform us on a particular theme which is of wide-ranging consequence. So, of course, finally, that ended up being reversed. So, in an odd sort of way, I think, yes, of course, some of my colleagues are very passionate about rivers, and that shows through with the kind of effort and dedication that has gone into organizing this event. But the larger idea was that we need to have a platform here at Vinayaka Missions Law School where we can bring together folks from across disciplines to think about a problem that concerns us all. So that is really, in one sentence, the genesis of this particular conference. And of course, that finally became a conference on rivers, because we felt that rivers are in many ways relevant not only to us, the humankind in general, but also to the state of Tamil Nadu where we are. And as a law school that is committed to building a model of excellence through inclusivity in Tamil Nadu, we felt that we have to pick an area, we have to look at an area where the complexities are of concern to the policymakers at the local and at the state level here, while of course it also being relevant at the federal level. So this is the way that this conference really came about. I did not sit through all the panels, I did not read all the papers or see all the paper presentations, but I did see a few, and I think based on that, this is what I feel. I think this has been a grand success. I genuinely think this has been a grand success, thanks to the efforts of the Center for Promotion of International Law and my colleagues at the center. I think this has been a grand success because starting from yesterday, what I saw is a panel consisting of people from the world of law, from the world of environmental activism and working on floods, people who have developed typologies even for floods, organizations of that level like Mr. Ecological Prasad, and we saw a geologist, for eminent stature, coming in and weighing in on the same problem but from very different lenses. And really, this is the first time I actually understood while the Supreme Court is deciding all these things, while our lawmakers are passing all kinds of laws, really to understand the problem, this very polycentric problem, you need to have all these various disciplines in the room. And to a large extent, I think we were successful at that, and therefore I would rate this a successful first attempt. Of course, we have miles to go as an organization in this direction. In fact, today I was, after seeing all these conversations, I was speaking to some of my colleagues and was mentioning we need to do something very similar with healthcare and the law, because we are an institution with about 4 decades of legacy in healthcare, and we haven't really started thinking much about how healthcare regulation needs to be informed in very similar ways. This is just one of the examples. Of course, I can go on about various other fields, but I think, to me, the biggest learning from this conference is that as far as VMLS is concerned, this conference has given us some glimmer or beginning of an institutional memory on how to bring together people from multiple disciplines who can inform a problem that is of common relevance to all of us. So there I stop as far as this particular conference is concerned. We have more eminent speakers here who can share their thoughts on the topic. And I just end by thanking everybody who has come in here and ensured that this is a good first attempt from Vinayaka Mission's Law School. Thank you all very much.
So thank you, and on behalf of organizing committee, I would like to thank you for all the encouragement and for being a backbone of this conference. We are now honored to hear from our distinguished speaker who has joined for this occasion. Advocate Gopinathan is a practicing advocate with 33 years of experience at the bar and judiciary. He is also an advisor and standing counsel for University Grants Commission, All India Council of Technical Education, and the National Council for Teacher Education. And additionally, he is the visiting faculty at so many institutions all over Tamil Nadu. I welcome you, sir.
Good afternoon. Ellorukkum vanakkam. For the past 2 days, all would have had a very good session. Respected guest on and off the dais. Nice to see Vinayaka School of Law doing a wonderful international conference on such a good subject like river dispute ecology. I had the opportunity of referring to few people. Fine. Yesterday I was there for inauguration. Now I am there with you. I can proudly say, since I come from the Government of India advising this is regulatory bodies, statutory bodies. This is one of the core subject which the staff and students and delegates from all over Tamil Nadu, like Central Law College. Yesterday I saw a few people from other colleges, law colleges have participated, presented the papers, and they were dare enough and they faced the audience and like their viva, PhD viva, answering all the questions. The question is not from other students, but from senior advocates from Supreme Court, from company side and regulators, and they boldly answered. The success lies in there. Thanks to Vinayaka Mission Law School, Dean, Organizing Secretary Professor Nebula and her team have done a wonderful job. This event is a remarkable one. After so many years, I can see one of the branches of Vinayaka Mission Group founded by their able founder, Dr. Shanmugha Sundaram, how he has vision. He has vision that all the engineering side, medicine, law, everything should come under one banner and for the cause of society. I will just give one example of what case I have done with regard to this river dispute and ecology, and with that a few minutes I will wind up. There was a sand mining case in the district of Kasaragod in Kerala state. The factual matter is this. Sand mining, you know very well, people belong to Kerala, they manually dredge, they take sands, and it is for betterment of these vessels, boats and to come. If you have only shallow water only, it can come. If there are sand, they cannot come. So now there are two things. One is sand mining physically, manually. You must see the sand miners, they are half naked. They enter in the sea with their hip, just close to the hip, and they mine the sand. The allegation and the other was that they don't mine as per the specification, and they are taking lot of sands, and thus an environmental impact is there. A case was filed by the NGT, National Green Tribunal in Chennai. So the contenders were, the respondents were Cochin, the collector of Cochin, Port Trust of Cochin, and I from Government of India, I assisted, appeared for government for Cochin Port Trust, and we had a visit. And my Lord Justice Chokalingam gave a very detailed order. Now the crux is, the order says, how, that's why the river and the dispute and ecology comes. Yes, in the order is framed a very, very detailed guidelines. On one hand, we have to support, we have to encourage the local sand miners to do their job. On the other hand, the cooperative society and other stakeholders also must join and see that the ecology is balanced. The ecological imbalance is prohibited and the ecology balance is made. This one case has made a very remarkable headlines, and thereafter in so many cases laws were settled, and I am happy that I was also involved. The name of the game is to bring to the knowledge of the participants here today is, we all the stakeholders, including the public, lawyers, miners, or whoever is involved in this, scientist, academician, we all have to strive hard, see that this balance has to be maintained. Yesterday we saw a plethora of scientists, academicians, activists, and other lawyers speaking about the importance of the guidelines to be followed in such environmental aspect. Please, dear students, keep in mind. And by this time, this conference must have given us some few resolutions. I hope Dean and the organizing secretary must have prepared all the resolutions to the government, to the state authorities, to the water body authorities, what this conference has felt, what is the need. From my side, I want to contribute and just say one thing. It is high time, I just discussed with the senior partners from Surana and other academic persons today. My request is that we should start a postgraduate diploma course or a certificate course to start with on this subject. Because I don't think so, to my very little knowledge, that there is any such course in river dispute, river ecology, all these things in the part of the country, maybe one or two, I am not very sure, but to my knowledge, I have been dealt with for the past 33 years in the field of University Grants Commission. I have not seen such courses, but high time, this management, the dean, all the eminent scholars, professors, teaching faculties, join together along with big people like corporate like Surana, other law firms to bring out such course, the curriculum, everything. So that will be something very, a positive consequential effect of that. I'll end by quoting our translate English. Whoever helps others are great people, big people. Whoever doesn't do that are not so great people. So that is the text. Thank you for the lovely patience of hearing, and thank you for the opportunity. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for being such a great support. I would like to invite Sri Kalyan Jabak, sir, partner at Surana International Attorney, for his to offer his thoughts.
A very good afternoon to all present dignitaries on this stage and off the stage. To Dr. Anand Padmanabhan, Dean of the VMLS Law School, and for this wonderful opportunity given to have this topic brought about on the river conservation and the ecology, which we as a firm are also committed to the society and to the ecology. I think this has been the second day that most of you all here present, we have had the opportunity, thank God it was there on the YouTube, to listen to it also, although we were not physically present down here, to be enlightened about the importance of rivers, the huge impact on various human activities. Rivers, as rightly said by the speakers, are to be treated as a living being. The reason why is, as I think yesterday Professor S.M. Ramaswamy sir had said, the rivers have three different stages of the life. The young age, middle age, the old age is something that was, I would say it was a little bit of an eye-opener for me. I never thought of it in that concept at all. But that was something which was good. And I learned it for the first time. Rivers the only other thing is rivers being a living being. My thought process meant that rivers are never constant. It is ever evolving, it is ever changing. And as many speakers said, rivers keep evolving over a period of time from season to season because of the climatic changes which happen. The uncertainty of the climate change is a stark reality which we all have to accept. None of us accepted that on Tuesday we'll have so much of rains in Chennai. That is a stark reality today which we live to. Rivers being a living being, the needs, aspirations, sources, the requirements, the effective use, optimum use, profitability, viability, sustainability, improvements would have different pressures and pulls. Depending on the amount of information, foresight and understanding, and with a view to balancing these diverse requirements, the authorities and stakeholders would be able to decide and help and progress towards achieving a meaningful objective and utilization of the river sources. All the stakeholders, as rightly said by Ecological Prasad, would need to be consulted, their views taken and a balance struck. The requirements of the villagers and the marginalized people would be often contrary and diagonally opposite. Additionally, in respect of the same river where it is formed, that is the origin, the requirement of the community over there would be much different from what the requirement or the desire of the end user, that is at the place where it joins the sea, would be totally different. The requirement and desires of the political will, commercial wisdom would often be at loggerheads. What as industrialists we would look at would be in loggerheads with what the environmentalists may look at. So those are things which require a lot of balancing. In regions where floods are caused due to rivers, there's a requirement of using the river water for storage during non-rainy season or drought, and the requirement and aspirations between the farmers and end users. And as we become more and more urbanized, the city dwellers need to be balanced a lot. At a time when the river enters the sea, the nature and the topography would be in total contrast, while many vested interests would want to have developments and huge infrastructure put up near such river delta area. The nature and scope of rivers may not permit the same. That's going to be a huge conflict which, as the cities grow, will come through. Added to the above, as the river changes courses, it would have to be a constant effort to do, undo, redo, whatever conservation steps we have taken. Each time, each circumstances would bring about a new learning and new understanding of Mother Nature. Since generations, as seen from our ancient history, civilizations have grown along and near beneficial rivers. That's how we have the Indus Valley civilization. At a point of time as humans, since rivers were a freely available resource, very less efforts were made to conserve the same. It is only now that we are being more aware of the importance of rivers, the huge utility value and necessity of maintaining the same, so that our future generations are able to use them comfortably. Rivers traditionally have been a source of transport, and even today, if inland water navigation systems are put in place, it would, in our opinion, be one of the cheapest modes of transport for long distances. Rivers and fight for water is since time immemorial. The complexity increases when the river runs through various countries. Forget about countries. Even when it runs across various states, we have so much complex issues and disputes which goes on. Sometimes the disputes are very bitter. Efforts have been made to have treaties, conventions, special acts, MOUs to control the rivers. The implementation of the same creates a lot of challenges. As rivers being a living being, subject to change and vagaries of nature, the laws, treaties, regulations require constant updation. I think by the time we update the law, the situation changes. What today may look like a solution can tomorrow become a hindrance. This can be clearly seen in places where to prevent floods, bunds had been erected, but due to various changes in the topography or the nature, the very same bunds have become a source of damage and flooding. It is in this context that I would say that each one of us is a trustee, is what we would call as the public trust doctrine, where each one needs to play an important part. It is not for me to say that it is for the authorities to look into. It is not for me to say that it is the councillor to look into. It is not for me to say that my neighbor. Have I done my duty towards the river? I think the public trust doctrine is the cornerstone of environmental law, ascertaining that certain natural resources such as water bodies, coastal lines and submerged lands are held by the government in trust for public welfare. It is rooted in the Roman law and English common law. It ensures that these resources are preserved for the present and for the future. Its historical background is it started with the Roman Judiciary code, emphasizing the public's need to navigate the tidal waters. It has later evolved in the English common law, and in the United States has become a foundational principle in environmental jurisprudence. It is a fiduciary duty of the government to act as trustees, balancing economic development with their environment protection. One should not override the other. It is a very tough, fine balance to be done, which requires a lot of stakeholders to give their views. The doctrine requires careful management to harmonize public access with ecological preservation. It needs to be focused on navigable waters. It now includes air, wildlife, even climate, reflecting broader government environmental concerns. The water bodies, governments must regulate and conserve water sources, ensuring equitable access and protection against pollution. The doctrine supports land use practices and conservation of ecological sensitive areas. Now, just a short thing, since I come from Chennai. We have in Chennai places which we call as the CIT, City Improvement Trust, but CIT is what the name of the area is. It was done at a time when the thought process was, okay, let's fill up the lake area, the water body, and have the housing done. That was a thought process then. And then we realized the folly of it. So what was a City Improvement Trust, CIT, which we have quite a few of the colonies in Chennai, is today now become counterproductive. And that is why it always keeps changing. So it is not like a one-size-fits-all. There are challenges which come in the river water. When I say water, it's not just the rivers, I mean any source of water, whether it's the groundwater, whether it's anything else. Disagreements arise between the central and the state in various jurisdictions. There's a transboundary environmental issues. It may also include the air quality, migratory species of birds, complicate enforcement. It necessitates a lot of cooperation between the stakeholders, that is the states and the different nations as such. In this context, I would only say that as far as India is concerned, I think one of the things which we all as law students learn about environment for the first time, if we looked at it, if you were not activists, was when you had to read about the MC Mehta case. It's only then for the first time that we realized the importance of the environment and how the Supreme Court has stepped in and brought about this concept of the public trust doctrine and ensured that the government takes steps to preserve nature for all of us. It is in this context that I would say that it is a responsibility of each and every one of you and not just to leave it on the government to take care of your own environment. As we grow, cities grow, we have more and more of wastage being created. We have, as part of the firm, we have one or two clients who do a lot more on the garbage which has been dumped and the segregation which happens. And he says that's quite a challenge. It's an opportunity, but it's quite a challenge too. Because whatever we may say, sometimes we cannot just copy the West for the sake of copying it. Where though we have segregation of the waste as dry waste, wet waste and all that, end of the day, it all gets back into the same truck, it's dumped into the same thing. He says that the concept of whatever happens in the West, if we try to import it over here, it's not going to work. It's a lot of challenges which come in. So this requires a lot of education from our side for us to understand it. It's not that someone is doing it wantingly, but it is someone who's doing it unknowingly. Rivers at one point of time were a source where all the wastewaters would go. That's, I think, a time much before the plastics came into being. So water naturally would evolve itself and ensure that things clean up itself. Today, that may not happen. So it requires a lot more of changes. It needs to be involved. It is in this context that I would say that this conference on rivers has been initiated, and I congratulate the organizers for that. It's a growing need of the day for everyone to realize it. Each of us present here is a stakeholder. It's no use blaming X needs to do it, Y needs to do it, have I done my duty, is what I would again repeat. As small drops go to make an ocean, each of us must contribute our might and strength in preserving, conserving, and making optimum use of water. Development is inevitable. So let's not cry against development. Development has to happen. There's no second thoughts on that. But how in the development process we are able to preserve nature, I'm sure that requires a lot of new innovation and out-of-the-box solutions to be thought about. And that is where people like you all and experts who had been here for the 2 days would come forward and guide us and help ensure that the future of our children are well preserved and we all have a wonderful time ahead. Thank you all for your patient hearing.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Sanjay Mehta, sir, HOD, Surana and Surana International Attorney, to share a few words.
Good afternoon, all. It's been a hectic session for all of you, and I presume a lot of learnings happened. We were also briefed as to what happened, who spoke what, and what are the topics covered. But one thing came across was that, yes, at one end we have the development which has to happen, just like my colleague said, it will happen. And the other end is the resource which is getting used, and if it's overused, there's an imbalance created, and that balance has to be restored. This resource could be water, this resource could be air, and this resource could be anything else which we are using for our development. So if there is an imbalance created, that has to be rectified. And how do we do it? And that is where the government has to play its role. We as citizens have to play our role. And experts who know about this have to advise both the government, the citizen, and the people who are taking care of the development. So I think this was a forum where all of us came together, we gave our views, and a lot of learnings for us to do and take away as to how we're going to do. As a lawyer, I represent a lot of businesses which are involved in these development cases. So for us, the focus has always been, how do I maximize my returns? How do I get the best out of it, do it quickly, fast, and move on? But now, with these sessions which I've seen, it gives me a chance to think and say, hey, is that the only thing which I have to do? What else am I doing? What else am I causing in the environment which is actually hurting others? The resource which I'm using may get depleted and may not be available for the next generation to come. So, as a lawyer, advising clients is a process now which I have to start thinking and saying, hey, enough. Is there something else which we can do where we're just not exploiting for the profits, but is there something which we can do which kind of regrowths this whole resource which we are using? So that's the takeaway for me from this sessions. I wish good luck for all others who've been part of this. It's good learning for me. Thank you, and I hope you also learned a lot. Thank you.
Thank you all the guests for your words of wisdom. Moving forward, we now come to the most awaited moment of this conference, the announcement of the Best Paper Awards. These awards recognize the exceptional research presented at the conference, reflecting a commitment to advancement of knowledge and solution for river conservation. For the first session, Matthew George, Sushma, Vaishnav, and Avani. I request all the guests to award these. Their paper title is on river management and conservation in India through the lens of participatory democracy. For session 2, Ananya and Mahruk Aslam. So their topic is on navigating transboundary waters, resolving the Testa River dispute throughout the enhanced hydro data sharing and lenses from international commissions. Session 3, Mirza Shah Beg. So his topic is on Hindon's River Struggle, Legal Responses to Industrial Pollution. He's from Christ, NCR, Delhi. For session 4, it is a tie between two groups, Robin R. Manu Vishweshwaran and Hassan Islam, Madhuri Sharma. What are the values a river holds? The story of Luni River, Rajasthan. So for fifth session, it is the international participant from Bangladesh. They participated in online. Yes. So it's Fahim and Mahbub. Now I request all the dignitaries to take the seat. I would like to have Professor Nabila for vote of thanks.
So I believe we cannot end this two-day conference without applauding and appreciating our patience and our participation. So when I say hey, you will say yay and do this. So I'll say hey. So I'll say hey. And the last time I say hey. Perfect. That's a great audience. So as we know, I would like to quote Winnie the Pooh here. He says, rivers know this. There is no hurry. We shall get there someday. So with these wise words, I would like to give a vote of thanks to the people who've tirelessly been working on this project since day one until today, that is the final execution. And I would say I am fortunate enough to have worked with two beautiful teams. One who looked into the planning phase and the other which helped me in execution of this 2 days conference. First, I would like to appreciate the generous funding and the whole program that could actually fructify based on a proposal by VMRF DU, which is our parent institution. Then I would also propose a thanks to the Dean of the institution, Dr. Anant Padmanabhan, whose contribution I would like to highlight in 2 lines very quickly. I remember a call 2-3 days before to Dr. Anant and asking him, Anant, it's raining. I believe we won't be able to execute this particular program. We are getting calls from the participants and from the guests. Do you think we'll be able to make it? And Anant acts like Winnie the Pooh. Don't worry, we'll get there. It's not going to be raining that particular day. So that's our Winnie the Pooh for VMLS that we have. I would also take a moment to thank Dr. Winfred Chalaya, who spontaneously yesterday, I still remember murmuring 2 keywords. So spread the magic and give the vote of thanks, who very willfully came here and did spread his magic. I would like to thank the academics team who helped us in sorting out the classes dates for these 2 days. Now, I would like to take a moment to thank our knowledge partners. Vidhi Center for Public Policy, we have Shashank here. I think we should all... The beautiful session and the panel that we had today was beautifully curated by Debatyo and Shashank that had Professor Tarun and Professor Jagdish today, and moderated by Professor Najeed. We have our second knowledge partners, that is Surana and Surana. So we have with us Mr. Sanjay Mehta sir, Kalyan sir, and Sanjay Sharma ji. So I would also like to add one anecdote here. So I remember calling Sanjay ji, sir, kya hoga? Ab hum kaise plan karenge? So he says very affirmatively, because of course he's a person who's proficient in all the South Indian languages and also Hindi. Only now I came to know he comes from my state, that is state of Uttar Pradesh or Uttam Pradesh as we call it on call. Again, let's just keep that behind. So he says, yes. Yeah. Sir. I hope that's not going on record. So he says very affirmatively, don't worry, Nabila. I am there, we are there, we'll do it together. And we did it. We are very happy to have your support, sir. Lastly, our knowledge partner, that is, we have here Advocate Shawahik Siddiqui sir, who had worked tirelessly with us and helped us in curating a session specifically which dealt about South Asian issues. He represented Indian Environmental Law Organization, and we were very fortunate to welcome Dr. Deepak Gayawali and Shawahik sir for the whole help. Next, I would like to thank our guests, our panelists, our moderators for the session, who took all the initiative, pain to make their presence here felt and contribute both intellectually and in whatever support that was possible. Next, I would like to thank the VMLS faculty staff, the non-teaching staff that is there. Next, I would like to thank someone who is beyond CPIL and has been my woman of support throughout the event. That is Dr. Sangha Mitra. And this event has been nothing short of the center, because we've grown out of the center and have a sociology professor contributing the whole, curating of the whole program that is there. Next, I would also like to thank the junior in the house who just entered and spread her magic, Professor Abhinandita Viswas, who has been helping us thoroughly throughout the execution of the program. And of course, we have a lot of females in line. Next, we have Miss Hema Bharti. I would like you to stand up, and I definitely want everyone to give her a huge round of applause, because all our tickets, all our logistics, everything was single-handedly managed by Ms. Hema Bharti, who was working tirelessly at 12 midnight, 1 a.m. I remember our calls, but yes, she's been through us in spirit and in support. I would also like a moment to thank our media team. We have Professor Idea, we have Jero, we have Professor Sarvanan and Miss Merlin, who has been helping out in whatever ways possible to cover this at a larger span. I would also take a moment to thank the hospitality staff, which is headed by Uma Akka, who has been serving us the best possible food for the 2 days that is there. I hope I have not missed anyone. If I have, I beg pardon. Thank you so much.
So now all rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे